Andrey.
Hello everybody and welcome to the W Chess Masters, and I'm very happy to be finally reunited with you again after I was absent for the weekend.
Yes, Elizabeth, you have been deeply missed, but now tell us, why were you gone and how did you do?
Actually, I think Nastya did a poll on the official webpage of the WR Chess Masters where I was gone, you know,
Yes.
and I was actually a little bit horrified that there were 30% of people thinking I went for a shopping excursion, actually.
Oh my, but that was not, in fact,
No,
correct.
we had the Women's League on this weekend and my team needed me badly, so I went together with Shanzai Abdumalik, who was also here for a couple of days. We went to Leipzig and we actually managed to win both matches, and I managed to win both games.
Excellent.
Yes.
Your absence is fully excused. You are exonerated. We're happy to have you back here as we now starting the second half of the competition. It's been wonderful. The games have been full of content, fights, no easy draws, and everybody's coming and playing for a win.
I have a question.
Please.
I didn't see, I mean, like, I was checking the WR Chess Masters on Instagram. They're actually quite active there with a lot of pictures and very nice videos. And yesterday I missed you during the carnival.
Yes.
And
So
I
what has happened is literally after the broadcast of round 4, I'm not going to blame him, but more or less it was wonderful to be reunited with Frederick Friedel, and he was recovering from a cold and he kept his distance and everything like that, and I of course went home to bed with a cold.
Oh boy.
So a lot of sneezing and coughing, and then suddenly it was carnival and it was like, yes sir, come take a walk with us. Better not. So one good day of rest, I feel much better, and I'm ready to jump into today's action. I think the games are not quite underway yet, but they will shortly. Levon Aronian has kept his lead. I think when
Yes,
you've left...
I followed everything,
Yeah.
of course, just to be up to date and to be
Right.
able to talk about the previous days.
With understanding.
By the way, we have a honorable guest today, and she did the same what I was doing this weekend. She also played in the Women's League and the
Yes.
second league for Löberitz.
Yes.
And you know whom I'm talking about, I guess.
Yeah.
Yes, we have here Dana Reitznitze, and
From
she
the
even...
FIDE office.
Yes, from the FIDE office. She's a deputy president of the ECU.
Yep.
But she's also the deputy chair of the managing board of FIDE.
Yes.
I learned this by heart, not to make any mistake, you know.
You were excellent, seriously. I mean, really, we're going to put that right up there.
And she will do the first move today, I think, on
so-
someone's board. I don't know which board. And also we have a couple of kids here who joined the event of the mini camps.
Right.
So we have Boris Gelfand,
Yes.
who does the first 3 days of the morning courses, and I will do the other 2 days on Friday and Saturday for the morning courses, and in the afternoon the kids are playing in a tournament, as far as I know.
Fantastic. So you're really wearing all kinds of hats. Commentator, professor,
I'm trying to
and
do a
player.
lot. Let's say.
I once tried to do that, and it was very difficult to be the organizer of the U.S. Championship, but also to play in the tournament.
Yes, I can imagine that.
Being an
sometimes.
organizer is a wonderful job. Go for it, do it. Being a player is actually a lot of fun too. doing both, too much of a good thing.
No, I'm sure that actually it's quite destructive to play and also to do something else.
Yeah.
But I mean, like to commentate and to give lessons, it's easier because you don't have the stress about preparation. You don't have the stress about nerves during the game. So this is possible, I think, to combine.
Exactly. So let's see. I'm not sure why we're not getting any move updates yet. Do you have any moves
because
on
it's not yet at 2 o'clock.
Of course. Well, we just started early. There you go.
Yes.
I'm just so used to seeing the moves on the board at this point. With 4 rounds under the belt, you've seen some players play incredibly solid. Levon, Aronian, our tournament leader, obviously undefeated, and kind of in some very nice rhythm of cruise control. Anish, Giri is also impressed with his cruise control. Gukesh, by not losing this very, very difficult game to Anish, is still up there. He's not in the fight for the second place. And I'm impressed by those 2 professors. I'm impressed by Gukesh. And also, I'm very impressed by Wesley So opponent today, Andrey. I think he has been, even though he's lost a game, I think he has been playing some
very sharp chess. I think he can be the game changer of the tournament.
Right.
Like he might be the influence of who winning the tournament because he can beat everybody, he can lose to everybody, and on a good day he will maybe like tease someone from the leading position. So we will see. Yes.
Exactly. As there you have our pairings. All the matches are great, but this match between Vincent and Nodirbek, especially those 2 top juniors, Jan versus Gukesh, and there you had Wesley and Andrey too. Coming down, I was in the elevator with Andrey and we were talking and saying, who do you play today? And he says, well, with Wesley. And there was a pause, and then he kind of continues, very solid. There was a kind of a pause. I know. Another pause, and he goes, I'll try to make it interesting.
Yeah, I bet.
Wesley also, he's got that whole pragmatic approach that he's so famous for, undefeated with a plus, and just making his moves.
He's a very solid player, though. To make the position burn in a game against Wesley is already an art, and it's like an achievement.
Exactly.
But I trust Andrey to do something about that today.
Exactly. I remember one amazing game from a U.S. championship. Wesley was playing against Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru was black, and Hikaru played the King's Indian defense. And literally, the game just blew up with all kinds of tactics and everything like that. And Hikaru's won one of those great, King's Indian attacking games. And then, you go over it, and he was like losing almost from start to finish. And then comes this great finish by Hikaru. And sometimes, you have to take a great deal of risks. And Wesley has always shown that he's not actually ready to burn any bridges. As there you see a great shot from the playing hall of the players.
Yes, I would bet now, since we are looking at the game between those 2 mentioned, well, I would bet for e6, which is the most solid reply. And
no
that would
question about it. It's already a kind of an achievement for Andrey that Wesley didn't go into his really, let's say, most tough defense, the Queen's Gambit accepted. Not many players have been able to show advantage in the Queen's Gambit accepted, and you guessed it, e76. A lot of times you see a player like Wesley So, who's playing these most solid systems, just across the board, whether it be e4, e5, and what have you. And then you see their history as a junior.
Yeah.
They're playing everything. Grunfeld defense, Venko Gambits.
No, but it's very interesting. If you compare, for example, like the style of Wesley So and even the style of Giri, even though I think Giri became a little bit more aggressive, dynamic in the past years, he used to be actually, in my opinion, even more solid than he is now. Now he takes more risks. I
Whether
believe.
it be an open Sicilian, what have you.
Yeah. But I mean, like, if you compare it to Gukesh or to Pragg, they are always all go in. I mean, they have a very aggressive style, and also, like, compared to Vincent, who is also, like, the solid type of player, it's interesting to see which style actually is turning out to be a successful one in order to win tournaments.
Exactly. And unfortunately, where I am concerned as an American, I grew up on the Swiss tournament. And in the Swiss tournament, literally, you have to score 5.5 out of 6, or 6.5 out of 9. You have to really have a very, very high score, and that requires you playing for a win with white, with black, with green, with yellow, any color you have to play for a win. And a lot of the American players literally played these incredibly risky lines. And then we come to the round robin tournaments, the top, what we would call European events, where literally almost a risk-free approach is what is rewarded best. You can't always play for a win in every single game.
Yes, I agree, but it depends really on the opponents, right?
Yes.
I remember, like, there was a tournament in Gibraltar when it was still running frequently every year.
Yes.
And Anand took place in this tournament.
Yes.
And he had problems in this kind of Swiss format because he was not used to play openings where he puts great risk.
Yes.
And then he realized if he plays against 2500 or 2600, he wouldn't win if he goes for his kind of solid approach.
Mm-hmm.
And he even, I think, stated later in the interview that it was very tough for him to suddenly change his mindset, because when you play in these top events, you have to play very solid, and it's fine to make a draw. But if you want to win a game, you have to be totally different from your style. And when you're not used to it, and when you're not prepared for such openings to win games, it's super difficult, actually.
No question about it. That complete change. By the way, we had this Rubinstein Nimzo Indian with bishop to d3, and after the move d7, after the move castles, bishop to d3, d5, a3 takes. We're getting into a position that you and I discussed before you left, and that was the move e6, e5.
Not in this position.
Exactly, when you weren't castled.
It was without c-Nota, but there was c6 on the board, no? Or not? Maybe you're right.
I don't think yet. But
so instead of castle, I think it was c6, wasn't it?
Was that with bishop to d2? Hold on just a second.
No, it was like a different move
e3,
order.
So this was a different move order. So if you, after the move e3, yeah?
Yes, but we get actually the move order. Okay, it doesn't matter. I remember the move order. The knight is not on f6, actually. So we had something very similar, and the move order, I will just do the move order, which is easiest for me. Just make d5. I will just use the mouse. So we get this position, for example, in a kind of Rogosian style.
Yes.
e6, knight c3, bishop b4.
Okay.
e3.
Yeah.
And you are right, it's getting like this.
Yes.
Knight f6, a3, take. Here's c6, and after bishop d3,
now
there
e5.
is e5 here.
I see.
And what we had was a game between Giri, and who was it? It was Duda, or it was Gukesh? No, it was Gukesh. It was Gukesh, this kind of opposite colored ending, right?
Yes.
And there we got it differently, like
this
takes castle, bishop d3, and it was here e5 already? Or it was c6?
Or was it c6?
Maybe it's c6 came beforehand, knight e2.
And now e5.
Something like this it was,
yes,
right? It was
exactly.
similar, yeah.
Yeah. So this seems to be where the where the tournament is leading us. Oftentimes what happens is somebody comes up with some really cool idea in a very, very topical defense. Let's say a Italian, somebody as white starts playing b4, a4 right away. And then a lot of other players look at the game and go, ooh, I kind of like what he did. And before you know it, a number of games are going b4, e5. And here it seems like we're getting the Dusseldorf Tabia, what the players are playing for after last move. Bishop takes c3, b takes c3. So could we be expecting e5
Yeah,
and or c6 and or something else?
Maybe actually like it was e5 and the Gukesh came immediately and not c6 first. It could be that it's that I'm confusing it because I had such a position with c6 on the board, but it's getting already for me a bit confusing with all the move orders.
So he has deviated, that is to say, with the move d5 takes c4, Wesley captured on c4.
And now
takes
c5,
c5.
yes. And this is typical. And here you have two different setups. You can play knight e2 and knight f3.
Yes.
I used to play with knight e2 mainly.
What is your rules?
No, there is no rules about
there are
that.
no rules?
I just try to at some point get experience with the Nims to Indian from the white's point of view. But I consider the opening for white and for black not very, let's say, exciting.
Wait a minute.
Apart from the game which we had against, I think it was Nodirbek against Andrey, where this bishop takes h7 took place. It was with bishop d2, the Nims to Indian, actually.
That's right. That's right. Okay, so knight e2, knight f3, there are good arguments to be made for both. You mentioned that you played for knight e2, and one of the reasons that you might like this knight e2 is this idea that your bishop on c1 is looking for a job. It's on a bad square. It could go to the a3 square, but more concretely, if you could play f3 and e4, then the bishop could go out the other way, either to e3 or to g5. So knight e2 is one way of playing for f3, e4, and knight on f3 on the other hand, and I think that was his choice.
He went for knight f3, yes.
Yes. Knight f3, on the other hand, is one of those moves that just says, look, I want to play in the center, control the e5 square as much as I can. And from black's point of view, black often plays, I wanted to say, knight d7 and e5, as well as b7, b6. One of the things that I always liked to do whenever I had given up the two bishops was to make sure that my opponent didn't get to keep them. And I think we can say that Wesley is looking for to trade one of them. Bishop b2. Both players are playing very quickly, so I'm assuming we're in their
theory.
Yes, absolutely. Let's continue and go around the horn. We'll look at the game of our tournament leader. I always like to, in fact, begin with our tournament leader and see what Levon Aronian is doing.
Isn't he usually like a player who used to play more d4 than e4, actually? But in this tournament, I see e4 of him all the time, which is quite surprising, no?
It was about 2 years ago that he made a very, very conscious decision that he was going to step back from his d4, c4 complexes, the Catalans, and he was going to play e4.
It's unusual because usually it's the opposite around.
Exactly.
Like you start as an e4 player. I mean, I'm a born e4 player, but the older I grew, the less exciting. At some point I wanted it and I switched to d4. Now I'm going back to e4 because I understood playing positionally is boring. So but it's very uncommon that if you are a born d4 player to switch back to e4 is harder than the other way around, in my opinion.
And you saw that the most outstanding example of that was one Anatoly Karpov. He played e4 his whole career. He won the world championship. He was unbelievably unbeatable. And then came this second world championship match, not the first 1984-85, but the second world championship match against Garry Kasparov, where the match was 12-11 going into the 24th game, and Karpov lost an open Sicilian. Then Karpov became a d4 player, and it was unbelievable.
I only know most of the games from Karpov. I know as a d4 player, but I have seen some e4 games, but very, very few.
Wow! So the early Karpov, if you could put it like that, the world champion Anatoly Karpov from, let's say 1975 to 1985, he was unbelievable. Like he played one e4 and wins. And some of his games were like the smoothest e4 victories you'll ever see anybody ever have, and he made a career of it. Levon decided that he wanted to become an e4 player, and at one moment in his career, Levon was the number 2 player in the world behind Magnus Carlsen by a very, very narrow margin. We're going to call it 20 rating points, and I think it was closer to 15. Okay. And, sometimes when you broaden your field, and become an e4 player, it's very helpful.
Yes, of course.
In Levon's case, I would say it didn't help. It did not help, but he's persisting in this desire to be a universal player,
but here in
this
this
ambidextrous.
tournament, he's doing very good with
Yes, he
first
is.
e4, actually.
Yes, he is. But he also fell from the number 2 player in the world to the top 5, then the top 10, and for just a brief moment, I think he dropped out of the top 10.
Yes, but sometimes we have certain periods in life which have influences or circumstances we can't really judge, because if the human life would be just some kind of line, where everything goes one way,
yes.
that's difficult. And especially I remember, I'm not that old yet, I'm a little bit younger than Levon, but maybe just by 1 or 2 years, I'm not sure.
Right.
But I remember that in the beginning of 30s, sometimes it's hard to struggle, because it's a kind of age period where you want to see in which direction you actually go, what life is getting to you and what you expect from life. And
right.
I know a lot of players, or a lot of people who with 30 then are in the kind of changing period and then decide to go a totally different way. It doesn't need to be chess players now. So it's I would say in the 30s it's a kind of difficult age, because your direction for life somehow is established in this period. So maybe this was also something for Levon which hit him a little bit back chess-wise, because he was trying to understand himself, or understanding what he expects from the future.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, life interferes with our great chess plans, and sometimes it doesn't go very well. By the way, we're looking at a very unusual approach in the Berlin. That
so
everybody
Berlin,
in his this is the standard Berlin, and everybody and his brother up until this moment has literally captured the pawn.
That's what I wanted to say.
And,
it's a typical one.
And they play these positions for a very, very long time indeed after bishop f1. So that's the most standard fare. a4 is already a deviation. And then, of course, Anish says bishop e7, knight c3. And for me, this is also a bit of a surprise. Knight c3, a7, a6, bishop f1, and e4. Okay, so e4, these guys are so incredibly well prepared. I'm just going to accept that they know exactly what they're doing. None of this is a surprise for themselves. But it is a pawn sacrifice.
But aren't you a pawn up?
As black, that's what
Yes.
I'm saying. And the question I would be asking is, can I play the move f7, f6 or not? So
after d4, it's...
you will like to win your pawn back very, very much with the move d4. And I, of course, will do my
very best
to maintain this extra pawn.
Bishop c4. I think you are a little bit shaky on the white squares, right?
But okay, just exactly as you said, I'm shaky on the light squares. But I look at you and I go, you do understand the rules of development, right? And that you have played bishop b5, that's 1 turn. Bishop f1, that's 2 turns. Bishop back to c4, that's 3 turns. And you've made 3 moves, back and forth with your bishop in order to weaken me, as you said, on the light squares. But hey, 3 moves. Can you throw those moves away? And I would play the move d7, d6 and just ask you, okay, kill me, do your best.
Yes, you're right. It's from the kill, it's far away yet. But okay,
this is my strong point. I will do everything I can to maintain it.
Objectively, do the golden rules of the middle game to get back to the rules. Yes, you shouldn't move a developed piece a couple of times. But here, of course, after a6, you don't have a choice, because your bishop is under attack, and a6 is not a developing move. So that's why it explains to go back to f1. And after the move f6, you weaken the white squares, so it explains why the bishop should go back to the diagonal.
Right.
And the development in the final position which we discussed is still for white favorable, because apart from my bishop on c1, which actually in some way is already developed because it does the job on the diagonal.
Yes.
White is fully developed while black is still a little bit behind, but you're right, if castle is coming, it's basically almost done.
Yes, and like I said, I've done my ultimate best to defend my strong point e5, and if you don't break through somehow, I'm not exactly sure where you consider black's position to be weak, and will you probe me on the queen side, in the center, or on the king side? I don't see anything glaring. Nonetheless, none of this happened because Anish very quickly, when he reached this exact moment where he had the choice of f6, he said, no, I'm not going to.
It's not in Anish style to
I will
keep
return
the
the pawn for free development. Knight takes d5. Rook comes back to e1. And this does have a very dry look to it, I must say. Bishop to e2, d4, knight to e5. And this looks kind of like just cleaning the board of pieces, actually. I don't see any problems here for Anish. I will be... if I go back for just a moment, I will just put it in a kind of a strategic kind of setting. There's a school of thought in chess that says the knight in front of the pawn is misplaced. So the idea is, if you're playing a queen's gambit or kind of position, you want to be able to play c5 or c6, defending the pawn. The knight is in the way.
Yes, I agree.
And in fact, black's moves might be such moves like bishop to f6 and even moving the knight to a better square. So the move knight e5 in general is one of those moves that black should be very happy to see, because it helps him, in a sense, get rid of what you could call a problem piece. Why isn't it not? I'm doing something wrong. It's not allowing me to capture.
Well...
Yes. Let me just refresh the board for a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Anyway, knight takes e5, knight takes e5, rook takes e5, bishop f6 looks completely
drawish, yes. Especially
totally.
Like from the structural point of view, black has a good bishop and white has a bad bishop, right?
Correct. Absolutely correct. Let's switch over to the game between Jan and Gukesh. And for the moment, Jan has played a solid, if somewhat, well, I want to say not so enterprising. It's not, I think he had some chances with Anish, and either Anish defended brilliantly or Jan did not prosecute his advantage well enough. In any case, Jan has come to this round with 4 draws.
Yes, it's unusual for Nepomniachtchi. It's quite unusual for Giri. I would say it's quite normal, but yes, for a player like Nepomniachtchi, usually if he starts to win, he starts to win from the very start, but not from, not like he's not a player who starts with a couple of draws. That's unusual for him. I totally agree.
Exactly. And he's holding his head in his hand in this very, very typical pose that I've seen amongst the top players. As it's not like they're really looking at the board or calculating. They're just trying to remember their preparation, because I played the Queen's Gambit accepted as black a lot of times in my career, and many times I've sacrificed the pawn on b5 after white has played a4, because I get very good pressure in the center with c5. Gukesh has sacrificed the pawn in a position that I don't. In other words, in this position, I either capture the pawn, which is not what I really want to do, but more saliently, I play the move b5, b4.
But then you give up the square on c4, which is a small drawback. And here's something which is very good as a rule to put.
Yes,
usually,
as a rule.
No, they say if you play a6, b5, which you know from the Sicilian,
yes.
usually if you can avoid it,
Yes.
when the knight is not on c3, then it's better to wait for the knight to be on c3 before playing b5, because then after a4, before you win an important tempo.
Precisely.
But here, of course, he played b5 to win a tempo, I think, with the bishop hanging on c4, which was the reason to get this tempo. But in general, they say the pawn on b5 is much more useful if there's a knight on c3.
Oh, no question about that. Just as you very well described it, Elizabeth, you'll be able to play it with a gain of tempo. But on the other hand, I'm a pawn grabber.
Yeah, I know.
So you're going to have to make Gukesh's... you're going to have to explain Gukesh for us. Let's say queen takes... queen recaptures on a8 and takes. And let's assume we're going to castle.
Yeah.
Because so for the moment, this is very joyful, because you've got this long diagonal pin. So knight c3, c5, because, that pawn on c7 is just a ridiculous pawn, and you want to break up White's very nice
Now
pawn.
there is a positional threat. For example, if you react with bishop d2, then we can take on f3, makes a double pawn, and then take on d4 and basically just destroy the pawn structure. This is sometimes something typical which you have to basically be careful about, because here I don't know if the compensation for black is enough because of the bishop pair, but I wanted to put it as a kind of general thing to be careful about this kind of commitment if black gives the bishop pair to destroy this kind of structure.
Exactly. My intention, by the way, as we got into this variation, was to play rook to d1. Pretty much because of what you just said. Okay, just a second. Takes, queen takes. I remember I had a game with Tony Miles where I sacrificed my b-pawn. This castles, knight c3, c5, and as you described it, is a positional threat to capture twice on f3 and capture once on d4. So I was going to play rook d1, more or less inviting you to do this. The difference between having my bishop on d2 and the rook on d1 gives me a little bit more flexibility in terms of where I might move my bishop. More and more, I think we will eventually come to some type of position like this, where you will make some great pretension that you have a compensation and an awkward compensation for the pawn.
I'm not so sure, to be honest.
No,
I prefer white here because, first of all, I can hit d5. If
the
I
training is working.
No, it's not about the pawns, but here actually, it's too much material is exchanged to have a dynamic compensation. In a way, so we don't speak about tactics here.
No
Besides,
tactics.
you have to be afraid of the pawn push d5, because if I manage to play d5, then everything opens up, all the diagonals, and with two bishops,
life could be good.
Yes, I would definitely prefer white, because white clearly plays here for two results.
Agreed wholeheartedly. But on the other hand, having said what you've just said now, to which I completely agree with you, after a4, b4, and for example knight d2, because you've said, I've won control over the c4 square, and that is true. You certainly have done precisely that, but I'm not a pawn down, and I feel that I'm still playing for three results. Maybe white can make some claim that this knight is stronger than this knight, and it's probably true. But it does feel like this decision to play bishop b7. Well, we'll keep a careful eye on that and see if Nepo will finally get on the scoreboard with a victory. Let's go back to the game of Wesley and Andrey for a moment. We left it around these parts. Interestingly enough, there was not a decision to play bishop a6 by Wesley. He played bishop b7, knight c6.
But could it be that after bishop a6 I simply play c4, and anyway I will not exchange the bishop, and then the bishop on a6 we would say looks like ordered but not picked up, this is a kind of phrase in German.
Say that again.
If someone is like, so, I mean, we say it looks like wie bestellt und nicht abgeholt, like ordered but not picked up.
Okay, so it's just waiting.
Yeah, so basically the bishop on a6 looks like to be ordered there but not picked up, so he doesn't do anything there, and that's what we say. This is a kind of German phrase.
Wonderful.
But I'm
Ordered
not sure
but
how
not
to.
picked
I
up.
have to check in the Pragg to see the right English quote for that. Yeah.
So always. So
You would grab the pawn on c4 and run into rook c1 and
b5 and force you to make some.
But no, I take with the queen here actually, and then if you play knight c6, I go queen h4, and I pretend I will mate you.
Great. Great pretensions indeed.
Because sometimes you just don't care about the positional rules of the pawn structure, and here the queen aims towards h4, and since you don't have the black colored bishop anymore for black, you may be suffering here with bishop d3 and knight g5 to come. It's not so convenient.
Absolutely. That looks like a very dangerous attack, but okay. I mean, no, I would definitely say that in these types of position, both players are taking strategic risks. This pawn on c4 is not the most beauty.
I understand, but the dynamic compensation is still on the board. Actually, that's why.
So something like castles, yeah, something of this nature where I'm trying in a way, I don't know,
block my bishop.
Precisely. Maybe on a good day, let's make a move for you. Yes, let me say, on a good day, and let me make another move for you. You can really see what kind of a player I am, where I, have blocked.
Yes, you are the very positional player, but I can tell you that you will not manage all what you did, because meanwhile I will play knight g5 and f4, and I will just tell you that
that's the way to go.
It won't happen.
But none of this happened because he actually didn't play bishop a6, where he would be ordered but not picked up. And after bishop b7, Andrey said, well, let's get to business and open up the diagonal of my bishop on b2. I'll play the move c4. And Wesley said, okay, fair enough. Let's play rook d8, rook d1, knight a5. And I think we've caught up with the players now.
Yes, and it's Andrey to go for.
Break the position down for our audience. You have these beautiful rules and regulations for very, defensive, offensive. How do we do it? How do you like this position? And
usually I don't usually play the setup with knight f3 and knight d2. I mean, I prefer knight d2, but in general, when Pragg manages to push also e5, not here of course, but it's one of the plans to either play knight c6 and e5. But this is usually happening before the pawn is on c4, because then you cannot answer with d5.
Exactly.
And the other plan is like knight a5 and then to concentrate on the pawn on c4.
Exactly.
But in general, the position is quite solid, but it has risks for black in case white manages to push d5. Then usually the space advantage is huge in a lot of cases. And otherwise, if this is not happening, the bishop on b2 in some variations in this line can turn out to be a very bad piece. But here I think I like white's position. It's very flexible, and black has to be careful of d5, e takes d5, and bishop takes f6 stories at some point. Maybe now it's premature, but just to be aware that this could at some point clash.
Be a very promising type of pawn sacrifice, in the sense that there are so many weak squares on the king side for black. This would be something I would be very, very fearful, and I think it helps us explain the move that Andrey played. Andrey played the move knight d2. If I had this position as black and my opponent played d5, I would be very fearful of allowing bishop takes f6. I would not want to see bishop takes f6 followed by e3, e4. So I would make the move knight e4 to sidestep
Yes, but you would still keep the pawn advantage, so you would not like hide your main intention to be the pawn cover.
Correct, Elizabeth.
Just you do it in a more elegant style.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, we'll leave that to the
Well,
historians
not
to
hide.
describe my style.
You will not hide this fact. You
But-
just
But yes, knight e4, sidestepping this sacrifice, which I think would be very promising for white if he could get it. But it's this move knight e4, which helps us understand what Andrey did. He did play this move knight d2, and I think for a lot of players, amateur players especially, they would not understand that move. They would look at that move and they would say, well, isn't the knight supposed to go to e5? Aren't we supposed to, bring our pieces into the center? And knight d2 is, well, in a
It's
sense, it's aimed to
unusual.
stop knight e4.
Yes. It's like fighting for the control of the central squares, and as I mentioned, I think, like at the beginning, it's always good to keep an eye on the four magic central squares, e5,
Yes.
e4, d5, d4, because
This
the
way-
person or the player who is controlling most of them usually rules in the center.
Correct?
But here I'm not sure whether this is so important to play knight d2, because when you have the bishop here, you don't want to exchange the bishop. So like to play bishop f3 and then to claim I'm the owner of the white squares is a bit unusual, because it's against the rule that when playing with a bishop pair, you keep the bishops on the board and
That's
not you
right.
exchange them voluntarily.
That's right. So for me, excuse me. So for me, I find the move knight d2 more defensive-minded, and I would ask you to compare, if you don't mind, the natural move. The knight on c6 is offsides, right? We're
Yes.
always taught that knights on the rim
Now dim.
are dim.
Yeah.
So knights in the center are better, right? So knight here, and we can make a move for black. Do you like knight d7? Do you like knight c6? Do you?
That's a good question. I'm thinking what I would do here, because I'm not sure. But it could be either knight c6 or knight d7, which look quite natural. On the other hand, like, does knight e5 threat anything? Because if
No.
not, we can even start with rook c8 and say, like, we don't care.
Okay, good. Rook c8 is a very fine developing move. I am
You go again all in?
a dedicated Nelson Pillsbury attacking player. I
Yeah.
mean, as a good American should, my countrymen have shown the way.
Yeah, it's not so trivial.
By the way, when you said I'm thinking that I can play Rook c8, this is a marvelous Berlitz language commercial. Have you seen this commercial?
No.
So there's a senior officer, and they're in this control room, and he says, I am going to go and take a coffee. And the junior officer, yeah, that's good. The guy walks away, and then it's, Mayday, Mayday. We're sinking. And then the junior officer says, what are you sinking? I did Berlitz, trying to, study your language. But F4 is a kind of...
Yes, it would suit the position, of course, yeah.
Exactly. And so, for me, I would find the move, personally, knight e5 more attractive than the choice of Andrey, which was knight to d2. And conversely, when I do see this move knight to d2, I start thinking, well, let's make a few trades in the center.
Yes, that would be, of course, very clever for black, because white has
Suit me.
space advantage. So if you change some pieces, it, of course, facilitates the situation.
Very,
Plus,
very, very nicely.
when you play with a bishop pair, it's often very good to keep one extra knight on the board for dynamic reasons.
Well, in this particular case, what I was thinking is that the bishop on b2, you have unfettered access of the long diagonal. I cannot compete with that bishop, but what I can do is can close it
You have f6
down.
and e5 set
And
up
to close
again.
it down, to keep that. Because you mentioned, if you end up as white with hanging pawns, and what do I mean by hanging pawns? Let me just put a hanging pawn situation on the board for a moment. So the problem with the hanging pawns is they're dynamically really, really good. You can play c5, you can play d5, you can, throw them up the board and open the diagonals. But if they never move, the bishop on b2, somehow it just plays a very, very passive role in the game. So if I was in Wesley's shoes exactly here, I personally would find the move knight e4 attractive. I might also say that we have this Marvel character, the Hulk, this green monster, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the guy gets, the angrier he gets, the stronger he gets, right? When my opponent is retreating, I get more confident.
Yes, I agree, because usually when you do backward moves, and this is like a backward move because a knight who is quite central on f3 goes to d2 where it has less control of the squares.
Right.
Then it's not like a move where I should be scared from the psychological point of view. Yeah.
And I start thinking, hey, this is great. My opponent's going backwards. I'm going to go forwards. So in this specific position, Lizzie, I would be very attracted as black to even playing moves like c5 takes d4, e3 takes d4, queen to f4, just to be irritating.
Yeah.
Defend the knight.
Yes, and the queen can be actually quite annoying as well there.
And even on a good day, I promise you, I will sacrifice an exchange on d4, and I will be very
yes, you would be
happy.
Ruling. Yeah.
So I think that Wesley, for the moment, I am not a big fan of this move knight d2 by Andrey. So I think that Wesley is doing really well. Shall we move on? This is the game of Vincent.
We haven't looked at it yet.
No.
I would say no.
As a German sports fan, and Vincent, he carries the
pride of Germany.
Exactly.
The pride of German chess.
He's carrying all of the German chess fans, their encouragement. He's played well. He hasn't scored. That's the problem.
Yes.
Your take on Vincent and what is
Well, I think actually for
happening?
Vincent, he needs more experience in these kind of top events. I think he didn't start to play these top events. I mean, he used to play here and there some top events, but he's not used like Giri, for example, to play hundreds of these top events.
Right.
So I believe once he is like getting used to these kind of events of that level, it will be much, much better. But you need to gain confidence in a way, and like in Wijk and say now, maybe he couldn't gain enough confidence because he didn't win a game. If I remember correctly, he was making a lot of draws and had a couple of losses. So what he needs is something like some victories in order to understand that his opponents are just human beings in a way.
Yes. Sometimes you build up this great infatuation and your opponent never makes a mistake.
I saw something similar when we speak about Jordan van Forest.
Yes.
Because when he first time entered the A group of Wijk, he was demolished.
Yes.
And a year later or 2 years later, he almost won it, or even won it. I don't remember.
He won it in a tiebreak against Anish.
So I can tell you that sometimes it just needs a certain kind of experience of some victories or some success, and everything will change. Because I would say by knowledge, Vincent is not weaker than majority of these guys, but maybe he doesn't have the confidence, and this is just about that what he still needs to gain
the psychology
to secure himself in the position of the top players, and then everything will change.
Yeah, no, I've always said, and I mean it very, very truthfully, that chess is a confidence game, and sometimes you come into a tournament brimming with confidence. You have a lot of ideas and you just kind of carry you through. And then conversely, without the confidence, even if you're getting good positions, it's not working. By the way, we have this game of Vincent, and my spidey sense is tingling, because there's no question about it, when they reached this position, and this is a very common position, there was even the Garry Kasparov Deep Junior match with c7, c6 here, and Deep Junior ended up sacrificing on h2. It was a great game. Knight d7, leaving the pawn on d5 unprotected, and Vincent kind of looked at a little askance at that move and said, excuse me?
Can you play queen b3, right?
Can I play queen b3 with a double attack? If you're provoked to give up your dark squared bishop, then...
It's not sure what black got from this, right?
Absolutely nothing. In fact, this pawn on d5 is still hanging as well. So Nodirbek, he just retreated his bishop, and that is like dangling, fruit in front of me. Shall we have a look?
At bishop takes h2?
Well, at what moment do you take with an...
because, yes, there is this kind of trick of the knight f6 extra tempo, right?
Right.
Which makes the difference. Because, there was this famous game of Shankland against... Kamsky against Shankland, where there was also the capture on h7 in the London.
Yes.
And then there was this tempo with the knight attacking the queen to get to g5. And here we have the same situation. We take on h2, we play queen h4, but then we have the extra tempo with knight f6 attacking the queen in order to get the knight to g4. But it's the same kind of pattern, which I remember from the game Kamsky against Shankland in the London. It's the same kind of, trick. And maybe here, with exchanging first the knight, it's even the better scenario than when we play immediately knight g4, because we had bishop takes h2 in two situations.
Okay, so we'll come back to that in just a moment. But in this moment, I'm fast enough. I can cover
yes, you
the
are right.
h2 square.
So maybe we should, after knight takes d5, consider to take on h2 immediately, because then the queen cannot be part of the defense.
Okay, so here we go.
Queen b3, bishop d6, knight takes d5, and now we go for bishop takes h2.
Okay, so thank
he has
you.
to take knight g4, and here, okay, if not king g1, queen h4, and I think black will minimum have a draw, if not more, right?
Clear.
So you have to go king g3.
Clear.
And now it's getting interesting. And now it's your turn, yes.
Well, the standard move
It's
has
queen
always
g5,
been queen to g5.
Yeah, I
okay,
agree.
with the idea that funnily enough, usually the queen is sitting back here on d1, and we're threatening to capture with a discovered check.
So here we have a knight takes e3 and queen takes g2 mate pattern in the air. So, white doesn't have time to take on c7 and say, I don't care, right?
No, we would never bothering the pawn.
Usual answer is f4 to attack the queen.
Precisely.
And then queen h5, threatening queen h2, but not a mate.
Actually, in this moment, I don't even think that is much of a threat. But in any case, I will answer with this move. And my point is that I'm not going to take this knight. I'm not going to, walk the blank.
Even like knight e5 check might just end up in a mate quickly.
Precisely.
Instead of...
Oh, no. That was my...
We are here at queen takes g2.
Correct. So after the move queen h2 check, I am simply going to...
f3.
Yes. And again, if you don't have an immediate killer...
And I don't see the immediate killer, to be frank with you.
Exactly. Then the move rook h1 will just obliterate the attack. So we go back, and it means that we have to be a little bit more clever.
Yes, but still, psychologically speaking now, it's a very difficult moment for Vincent.
Why?
Because, apparently, if you take on d5, you have to understand how... the only risk is bishop takes h2.
Clear.
And if this is somehow working for black, you know that you will lose a game. Right?
Yes.
And here it's also sometimes about psychology. What do you believe your opponent on, what not? And, it depends on the type of character you are, whether to believe or whether to basically tell your opponent to prove it, because it's not like that you can precisely calculate everything here, because it's clear that black will keep a kind of dynamic compensation for quite a couple of moves, or for quite some time.
Okay.
So especially what I wanted to refer to when I'm playing in tournaments with women, and I know how they are from the character.
Yes.
Then I know whether they would take on d5 or not, depending on the person's character. So for example, like if I would take on like Gunina could easily play bishop d6 because she's a very, very strong tactical player. And then like I'm sure that some players would not take on d5 because they would like say like I don't need to take on d5.
You're right.
And I just like play the position in a kind of positional manner without even like bothering about that. Or I'm this kind of player like I take on d5 and I say like prove it. And with me personally, if I have the situation and I'm not sure I can 100% calculate it, it depends on the day. If I feel like all in, I will take on d5 if I don't see anything precise. But if I feel like that's not all in, I will definitely not do it. But it's...
Well, for me, I've always taken a kind of a provocateur approach. I like, pushing my opponent to do so, to making sacrifices that I don't believe in. So one of the things that these and I think we call them the bishop sacrifice or the Greek gift in English. One of the things for the bishop sacrifice to work, you need certain conditions.
Yes, you
I want to put it like that, certain conditions. And to my way of thinking, okay, this rook is very, very good, it's not like...
enough pieces, right?
Yes,
yes,
the pieces aren't, right in the... And did he take them? As we're discussing the game, I saw that Nodirbek, he took. Vincent.
So, yes. So
challenge.
Basically, Nodirbek needs to prove it.
Exactly. And again, I'm looking at this position, and what you described earlier, two approaches. You can trade a pair of knights. But
wait a second, I just saw something else.
He took on d5.
Yes, because there is some other trick which actually like we may have missed.
Please.
And this trick happens after queen takes d5.
Yes.
There is a move knight c5 with the idea of bishop takes h2.
Wonderful.
Maybe there is this. I mean, like there's still queen c4 in this position, but this is what I wanted to say. We missed that move.
Okay, but if you're not taking on h2,
yes,
I'm taking on h.
Yes, I know. This is like
Because I'm like the pawn grubber in the family over here, and what's better than being up one pawn, being up two pawns? Of course, you can take your pawn back, but
we will, no. But I just wanted to mention that
yes,
it's kind
knight
of motto.
c5.
But
by the way, I was just about to pursue.
And he played knight c5.
Yeah, I was just about to pursue the variation with, bishop h2 and knight g4 more, and say, have we missed something? Is there a possibility?
But if the bishop takes h7, it's not like that I have to recapture. I can play king f8, but I still don't see it because
that's
if
two pawns, and you're in this position, you absolutely have a double attack. I kid you not. That is a very...
So, but what happens after bishop takes h7? Because this is your only move, no?
You must take.
And after queen h5?
You must go king back, and after takes, you're going to be a pawn down
with
after
rook e5.
Rook e5. I'm wondering if... And that's not bad. Okay, maybe it's not what you wanted, but you've got two bishops. There are certain things. I'm just wondering if there another defense that I have to your knight c5 move, which, by the way, I will back you fully in a court of law as a witness that you were mentioning it before it was played.
Yeah. No, I saw that it was played. Yes, but
okay. Let's see. So you've got the double threat of bishop takes h2 with a discovered, picking up my queen. That is very clear. You've got the threat of knight takes c4, knight c5 takes d3, picking up my bishop. So we have looked at bishop takes h7 and queen h5.
But this is the only one, no?
Give me your... You can decide later if you like the fact that I picked up a Swish-and-Zook here.
Yeah.
Two bishops.
Maybe this scenario I like even more for white because it's easier to develop my bishop on c1, which in the other position is harder.
Okay.
When the d file is open, right?
Right. Okay, so there's that as a possibility. And finally, anything you can do, I can do better. Let's go for the 3 pawns. So at this exact moment, I have sacrificed a bishop for 3 pawns. Count them. They're
Well, I
very,
don't
very,
think
very
that's
beautiful.
what
But I have
Vincent
no
will do.
development. I agree.
Yes, and the pawns are not having any impact. And once, like Papagiannou, I remember he told me the rule.
Who?
Papagiannou,
Papagiannou?
Yanis, yeah, Papagiannou,
Okay.
the Greek number 1, the former Greek number 1. I'm not sure he's Greek number 1 still by the rating, but he
Tell
told
me
me that 3 pawns are only superior over the piece if they have impact on the position. And here the 3 pawns don't really have an impact on the position.
No.
That's why the piece is preferable.
I don't disagree that they do not have in this particular position an impact. And furthermore, I don't have my rook on f3, and I'm not doing
The rook swing attack.
the rook swing attack,
Or
the
the
rook
rover, right?
rover.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do have a pretty important tempo, and it's probably not a worthwhile sacrifice.
Yes, and I think Vincent will not like this kind of
Sacrifice.
yeah.
But one more look at this one, because what you said about the open D file rings very true, Elizabeth. That it does make it excuse me,
D5,
a little
E5,
awkward.
Let's say Queen F3, for example,
Yes.
and then Bishop takes C5, and it's very hard to develop the bishop. And you have like Queen D3 coming. You have Bishop F5 coming.
Okay, just one little pause. I do see that I could play on a good day like this. I mean, I am a pawn up after all. And
Yeah, I agree with you.
according to the law of Sarawak,
Yes,
this is
yes.
a good thing.
But you also have laws. I will play Queen H4.
Yeah. So the law is like, it's better to be a pawn up than a pawn down. That's like, the first thing.
You still can play Rook D1 because Bishop G4, like I have Queen F4 in the pipeline.
Pinning, but okay.
But maybe Bishop D2 is as simple as good enough because the bishop gets to C3.
Exactly. There's something about the beautiful. And Vincent is weighing those 2 possibilities. He's a pawn up. Does he want to grab a second pawn and open the position potentially for Black's bishop? Or would he rather just play a quiet defensive move?
Well, the question is, after Queen C4, did you really check all the candidate moves? Because, okay, we only checked like the intuitive stuff with Bishop E6 and then taking. But maybe here we have other interesting moves. For example, like still Bishop takes... Oh, no, it doesn't work. Here it doesn't work.
Once
Or
again, you
can
don't
I
have enough attacking pieces like rook over. You don't have a rover yourself.
No, I have a rover with Rook E6, no? It's not so trivial.
Okay.
But I also don't believe in that, to be frank. But I just wanted to mention I have the rover move. But I have always F3, so it's rubbish. Yeah.
Is there a special law about rubbish as well?
I just thought like I really should check it because, I mean, for some people it looks scary,
Right.
But you're right, by the laws of attack, and it's usually good to include all the pieces into the attack, and Kasparov was a genius in these kind of fields, but here it's far away from. But okay.
Right.
Do we have anything else after Queen C4, like B5, for example, or stuff like this?
B5.
But it doesn't help, because, okay, B5 you cannot take because of Bishop A6, but you can play Queen C2, and I'm not sure that the move B5, I mean, maybe to have Bishop B7, and then I have the double sacrifice of the bishops and the rook swing.
And only just because you've mentioned what the double bishop sacrifice is, it's a very famous pattern that thrilled me as a teenager. And
does it work here in this position?
No, of course not. It's
Thank you.
No, but
you
it's
have
just
queen, you have knight g3.
Exactly. But it's just one of those things. I've learned all of these wonderful patterns. Do you know the Legal's mate?
No.
Okay. Sorry, everybody. Apologies. It's like e4, e5, knight f3, d6, d4, bishop g4.
Yeah.
I take on e5.
You take on f3.
You take on d1, and I go bishop takes f7 and knight d5 mate.
Yeah. I know
Le
which
Gall's
mate,
mate.
you
Look it
you're
up.
speaking about.
I learned Le Gall's mate, I saw it for the first time. I was like, you gave up the queen. I was in love with the queen. I was a beginner. It was my strongest piece, right?
Well,
You sacrifice your queen. So I rushed home to show my mom. And she was completely bored by it all, of course. So there I was, this young, aspiring player, learning these combinations that I never in my life ever got to play the Le Gall's mate. And nothing even close. Like, I felt like King Charles, trained my whole life for a job that I never got to perform.
It reminds me some kind of story I had in my case, like about 2 years ago, I got a student which was recommended by another former pupil of mine, and the student was an 85-year-old lady.
Very nice.
Yes, and she was like the oldest student I ever had, and like she wanted from me like that I show her some tactics and stuff.
Beautiful.
So I showed her the mating patterns of the suffocated mate, right? The smoothed mate, you call it, right?
Love it.
But then she told me like, but this is impossible. I will not like sacrifice my queen. It's impossible. And I said to but Barbara, I said like the goal of chess is to mate your opponent, to get the king's mate. And it doesn't matter if you sacrifice the queen, the rook and the bishop, but she had serious problems to accept the fact that she should
give up the queen. I like Barbara. I think she has a very promising future ahead of her, no question about it. Somebody who's very skeptical of those types of checkmates, but it's absolutely true. The smothered mate I've managed multiple times in my career, and it's as satisfying as it's ever been. Knight c5, okay. Queen c4, I think makes a little bit more sense than bishop h7, but I can imagine that Vincent is having some difficulty in his calculation, weighing the differences between those two, important lines. I think he will have an advantage. Let's continue to our final game for just a minute. This is Pragg versus Duda. Let's see. This was a e4, e5, and
the Petrov, yeah.
Yeah.
We call it Russian in German.
Yes.
But at some point I heard that it's called the Petrov, even so I like to I was used to call it like Russian as an opening.
I think in Europe, Europeans very, very much call it the Russian defense, and in America we are really raised with this Petrov defense. So, okay, it works. And Pragg has played one of the topical lines. These days, it just feels like so much work has been done on the Petrov. And this move h2, h3 is at least for me, is a very clear indication.
Especially with a rook on a2, who is perfectly placed to sacrifice a pawn, but it's not really a pawn sacrifice because you get it back.
Absolutely. But it's a very, very, very clear indication that the move g2, g4 is on Pragg's agenda. The question that I would have is, what is Duda doing in terms of playing this move?
If you do which move exactly? In this position?
Yeah. Why on earth would I play rook d8?
And get away from the f5 defense.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Like, okay, my approach to the position is it's blocked.
Yes,
It's
and
blocked.
white has a kind of long-term advantage because every pawn ending should be winning for white because of the e5 pawn.
Clear.
So this is not what Pragg should aim for, ever exchanging every material. I mean, there are exceptions, of course, because
Sure.
you can have this kind of fortresses, but usually with a passed pawn protected, it's not a good idea to get into any pawn ending.
Exactly.
I agree.
So I'm sitting there here saying that white has, in my view, 3 pawn breaks. One pawn break is to play a5, another pawn break is to play g4, and finally the third pawn break is to play the move c4. I would find the move g4
the most promising.
Scary.
Yes.
Promising for my opponent. So I look and I say, well, I can handle a5 perfectly well. I will play, for example, rook a8 to d8. I can handle a5 perfectly well. I'll play b5, and whether or not you play a6 is a different matter, but that's great. By the way, now that you've played a5,
you can never hit c4 again, and g4 is left, but this is
the only thing.
Yes, but this might not be enough, and minor pieces are missing to exploit all the holes.
Exactly, and the rook holds up f5. So when I saw this move, rook d8, and then I saw, Pragg innocently without any, like just playing the move h2, h3, I'm sitting there saying to myself, okay, what Duda might be thinking, this would be very, very crafty.
And then after g4, you bring the other rook to f8.
Exactly. He might be thinking, I want to try to trick my youthful opponent.
Yeah, and then do double even on the f-file in the moment of the truth.
Exactly. So maybe he's really trying to trap his opponent. What do you think of that? What do you think of the position, first of all? And
I think it has a kind of strawish character, but if someone objectively has a chance to play for win, it's white, of course, because of the better pawn structure and the space advantage.
Thank you.
But in general, yes, it's clear that Duda is happy with the draw. That's why he chose this kind of line. I mean, I would never choose these kind of lines because I would be so bored in a way, But okay, I mean, like in the high-level chess, I guess playing very solid and then just making a draw because you are convinced you will manage it, why not?
Yeah. One of the things, too, about playing the Petrov is sometimes it just... I mean, Anish played the Petrov against these incredibly... I want to say dynamic players like Hikaru Nakamura, and then it puts them on tilt. They get so angry that they're playing against, somebody who's trying to be, really super, super solid, that they go overboard, and oftentimes they, overdo it. And Anish was actually winning some very nice games as black in the Petrov defense. Anyway, for the moment, Duda is inviting his opponent to open up the position after the move h3. Oh, no, let me see. Did he play rook d7? That was my suggestion, just to wait. Let me just see, refresh my board. He did play rook d7.
Yes, and now it's clear, or crystal clear, what he wants. Because anyway, after g4, it's not like that black needs to react immediately. He can always just hold the position and do nothing, like rook f8, or even if not rook f8. As long as I can capture with the queen on f5, I don't see.
It's like I need to have my rook on g2. And even then, like you say, I'm missing a minor piece. I'm missing a bishop on d3.
Exactly.
In the fight for f5, I simply don't have enough force to make a breakthrough.
And and sometimes this move f4, f5 is done even so it looks like a kind of anti-positional move, but it's just mainly done because before you allow your opponent to play f5, you have to block it. And the best blocker here is the move f5, even so it looks at the first glance very anti-positional because you give the pass pawn on a long run to your opponent. But if you allow a move like f5, it's close to resignation because you will be smashed on the king side. So this is a very important move in these positions to block the attack by playing f5 yourself.
Absolutely, no question about it. You're 100% right. And, I can just see from the body language that Duda is looking rather satisfied with the outcome of this opening. Let me go back to our...
He's convinced that he will not lose this game.
Exactly. Let me go back to our tournament leader. He is playing against Anish. When we left it, we were going to see some trades. And knight takes e5 was played. d4 takes e5. Okay.
I mean, at least it's a kind of try to improve the pawn structure in terms, okay, I have now an enemy pawn in the black's position, which secures me space advantage.
Yeah.
And this pawn, of course, also takes space,
Mm-hmm.
which is not such a bad thing.
You know, just before the move Queen e6, I had a kind of a different approach. I'm feeling almost like a French defense kind of player where, you know, there's a white pawn on d5, but there's no light squared bishop.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking, without a light squared bishop, the French defense is just godliness. It's just wonderful to have a French defense structure with no light squared bishop, and I don't see any problems here for Anish. I think he's comfortable equality. Let me put it like that. By the way, a kind of a it seems to be a theme of this round. Imagine we were to play the move f4.
Usually you answer with f5 again. It's the same story. But it's almost a very similar pawn structure, you know.
Exactly.
And here actually they get the king to e6 and then playing with the pawn majority on the queen side might actually be a very nice shot for Pragg, because Pragg is better here.
Exactly. And that was but the contrast of the two games, one being the Pragg game, the other being the Anish game.
But it's e4, e5. No, it results from the same opening. I mean, like the same opening moves, e4, e5.
E4, e5. We saw the Russian this one, yeah.
Actually, I think Vincent did something totally different from what we were expecting, because he did a move, but I didn't see bishop takes h7. So I was just puzzled what he did instead, or what we missed.
He didn't do bishop takes h7.
I don't know what he did.
Okay,
but I know that he didn't take on h7. Maybe he did then queen c4 actually, because it was clear that the bishop didn't move. So maybe it was queen c4 instead. This I don't know because I can't see. Was it still him to play?
I'm refreshing my board, but I'm not getting an update.
No, then actually I thought he moved, but he didn't.
He had not. He did after a great deal of reflection, by the way.
He took on h7, yeah.
Go immediately for the bishop takes h7. And this is where we were really having a, well, not a debate, but a kind of a question. Without the move bishop to d2, it's a little bit awkward to play the move bishop to d2. Should I open the d file with bishop h7 or not? Eventually he convinced himself that he should, and they are quickly getting to the variation at hand. Rook e5, queen f3. I expect bishop takes c5, and the players will catch up with... No. Ooh.
Did we miss something?
He played rook takes e5, which was a surprise, because I was thinking that he was going to open the d file for his queen.
But maybe he was aiming for the move rook c2 eventually. And that's...
fair. That's fair.
Besides, you cannot go bishop d2 anyway because of bishop takes h2, and then I get back the pawn, right? In a way, I mean, it's not like that he...
it is funny. It's amusing, though. Like, I mean, I have seen bishop sacrifices, but I haven't seen double. You know, I play bishop takes h7. You play bishop takes h7. Let's have a look, shall we? For the moment, I'm a little bit worried that my queen is somehow, you know, I'm looking at like queen h4 and bishop g4, and it's easily, it's quite possible that my queen is, you know, awkwardly misplaced. But of course, if I'm able to get my bishop to c3 and my knight to, I don't know, d4, nice centralized square, I should be happy. This does not work. This, I think, we can just reject immediately, because we do have...
And we have a back rank problem as well, right?
Yes, and I think white gets first with the most in this particular case.
And I have no tricks here. No.
Yeah. Oops, excuse me. I'm just trying to... So let's just see this again. Bishop to d2. Lizzie, how are you going to exploit the fact my queen is stupid? Rook f5, queen h4.
How much squares for the queen do you have, actually? You have
Not that many.
Well, you have queen e4, actually, in the worst case, right?
That is true.
So... Well, I have rook c2, but this is not
This is not scary.
It's not clear. Maybe I start with queen h4 with the idea of bishop g4 after bishop d2.
Bishop to d2.
And I go queen h4.
Makes a lot of sense. Now, in the past, we answered that move with knight g3, blocking the threat of mate. And maybe also, well, I'm not really stopping rook h4.
Well, you can play bishop g4, and after queen e4, you can play rook h5, no?
But Lizzie, shame on you. You know that if you play bishop g4 and you give me a choice between queen e4...
Yeah, you take on b7, I know, but okay.
I'm going to take the pawn. Get out of here. Okay,
if I play rook h5 nonetheless, and I just give you the rook.
Now, that is what I call nonchalant.
Yes, maybe it's too much because you have a check on e4, but I have f5. You can play h3.
I'm up massive amounts of material. And I do have my queen, I would like to point out, on this diagonal.
So if I capture twice now, you would still claim that...
well, I do have a queen e4 check. That could really ruin your whole day. Right? The queen could come back to e4. You can take on g3, but again, I'm not feeling any dangers here. I think you just kind of went a little bit too far in terms of giving the rook.
All right, so yes, you're right. I mean, okay, I sacrifice too much for exchange, but it's always nice to sacrifice on other games, right?
Yes, historians will call you bold and and dynamic. So, nice. Rook takes c5. In principle, in Vincent's position, do you think the compensation is justified, or you think that white...
Well, I think white has a pawn up, but black has some activity. The question is how much of activity. I'm sure you prefer white here.
I do.
If it's a blitz game, I prefer black.
Because of the initiative and chances to kind of make some troubles.
And if it's a classical game, it depends if I prefer black or not, whom I'm playing, which kind of person by style and character.
Mm-hmm. Let me make another proposal for just a moment.
You can play e4 and open up the bishop in a very natural way.
Yeah, if I could trade the dark square bishops, I think that would be very purposefully in white's favor. Something like e4 with the idea of just completing the development and rook to d1. Again, I can imagine that this rook will come to c2 on, but you're hunting a pawn on b2, and I'll more or less complete my development by the time.
Actually, also like after e4, if I manage to play bishop f4 and change one of the bishops, of course,
yes,
the things improve significantly. Yeah,
that's exactly it. Sorry, I'm just going to take as we get prepared for our first break of the day, we see Duda. My friend Bruce Harper, he's a very, very strong Canadian master, and I wrote a book, King Walks. King Walks. You like this idea of a voluntary walk across the board.
Popov was very famous for these kind of king walks. I saw a lot of games of him.
He did it against Ulf Andersson, and probably one of the most famous king walks of all time. He walked with his king all the way over to the queen side. He decided that it wasn't enough and brought his king all the way back before making his break. But I see that Duda has just played this move, King F8. It was a kind of an indication that maybe on a good day he might end up, over here on the queen side. It's always fun. I actually had a lot of very, very nice king walks also in my games. How about you? Did you ever have a game that you liked your
I mean, I never
king
had
walk?
a game like Short against Timman, right?
No,
this kind
very
of king
few of us
walks,
ever do.
I
yeah.
don't remember, but I don't think that I remember a game where king walks was something extraordinary. So maybe now I just can't recall, to be honest. But I think like a lot of players sometimes forget that the king is an important piece.
It's a strong piece.
So you may miss the opportunity of a king to get active in a lot of games because it's counterintuitive.
Exactly.
Especially if the queens are on the board.
The scary nature of the queens being on the board is also kind of dissuades you, if you will, from making the king walk. But I do like this move, king f8, as an indication that I don't have to just be stuck in one place. By the way, we do have f4 by Levon Aronian,
and
this
is
where
f5 likely, no? No, they might capture and then play f5.
Yeah, and of course you're welcome to en passant, but it's not
the pawn structure you're liking here.
I don't see anything wrong with black's position whatsoever, and on the contrary, I kind of seeing a kind of one
but maybe
pawn island,
instead
two.
of capturing on f6,
Yes.
I could get in time before you expand on the queen side. Like, for example, you take, and let's assume you play f5.
I do.
I go rook c1.
Excellent move.
And you go c6 or c5?
In principle, I would prefer to play c5.
Bishop a5.
And okay.
Rook c8.
You're tickling my rook. I have to.
Bishop b6.
And you want to anchor yourself? Okay.
a5. I mean, of course,
Yes,
it's a little bit
yes.
anti-positional because it's the wrong color. I mean, I put everything on the color of the bishop. But the question is how much pressure I get after rook c2.
Okay. And assuming that anything you can do, I can do better. You attack, I defend.
Now let me calculate if I can play d4 or not. It looks like I can't, but...
Okay.
I take on c6.
Okay.
I take on c6 and I take on d4.
But at the end of the day, you're going to be in a bishops of same color with all your pawns.
Yes, I said like it's a little bit anti-positional, but
it feels wrong, yeah?
Bishop b6, okay, but it feels wrong, definitely.
Yeah, that something could easily go wrong with this pawns. I will maybe try myself to play bishop to d1, put my pawn on h4, go king e6. So so Anish is actually giving our tournament leader a little fits.
Yes, he must have been happy with the outcome of the opening, and maybe like Levon took it a little bit too creative with diverting from the Berlin, but probably he didn't expect the Berlin from Anish. I'm not sure. Is Anish a Berlin player? I mean,
yes,
he is. So
everybody.
It was exception.
Yeah.
I mean, he could accept it. That's what I meant.
Yeah, everybody amongst the top have adopted a little bit of the Berlin in their repertoires. Lizzie, as we get into break, let's just tell our audience about some of the amazing things that are going on here at the WR Chess Masters. Again, we have Boris Gelfand on site.
Yes, he's giving a webinar of 3 days. So he started today. He will continue tomorrow and after tomorrow. On Friday and Saturday, I will step in, and those juniors won a prize by getting here, getting the hotel, getting the training, and getting a fantastic juniors event.
Right.
So this is something done very, very nicely for young prodigy and young talented kids.
Right.
Despite that, we have a YouTube channel which you can follow and where you can see not only the commentaries, but a lot of news from the event.
Okay.
Also, like the Instagram account gives you some insights about all the events ongoing during the tournament. Yesterday, they played some kind of mini table tennis.
Yes, I saw that the table is almost halved again.
Yes, it was getting smaller and smaller. And some nice kind of spirits of players competing at table tennis, so not at chess for a change.
Right.
We had the carnival exhibition yesterday, and with some nice pictures and carnival costumes. I think Levon was having the red nose. And yes, despite that, every news can be followed on Twitter and Instagram and on YouTube. And this event has a lot of side events too, which is especially for the young kids very, very nice.
It's there's a lot going on, and it's really nice to be surrounded buy all the action. I want to put it like that. And in the evenings, we're playing a lot of Bug House. But we're going to take a short break, and we'll continue with our coverage of the second half of WR Masters. And we'll see you on the other side of the break.
Welcome back after the break, and I'm very glad to have someone here who is known all over India. Nice that you joined the stream today, Saga.
Thank you, Elizabeth. It's an honor to be here in Dusseldorf, and I arrived like 2 days ago, actually yesterday, and when I came here, everyone was playing table tennis.
So it was something you didn't expect, right?
No, I knew it was going to happen, but it was so different from the chess environment. Everyone was so lighthearted, so funny, and I enjoyed it tremendously.
Did you also take part in the carnival exhibition or in these walks?
No, I arrived at around 3 p.m. So I missed that, but I saw the table tennis and it was great fun. And I think the tournament is so well placed after 4 rounds. Like Levon is leading, but there are players at 2.5.
Yes.
That this can go any way.
So what are your predictions like before the tournament started? Did you have any prediction? Obviously you would root for the Indian 2 superstars, but maybe like you had a prediction like for your community.
Yeah, I mean, of course, Gukesh and Pragg playing here is a big thing for Indians, especially because they are so young and they get to play these super tournaments. They played in Vaikanze and now they get another event, which is really wonderful. But I was very interested to see Nepo because, he's going to play the World Championship match in a month from now or couple of months. And how would he fare? And would he be able to, like Ding couldn't play well at Vaikanze. So would Nepo also face something similar? And I mean, there's so many elements in this tournament which are interesting.
Yes, I agree. I think, nevertheless, for Nepo, it's kind of, I consider it kind of an advantage to play in this tournament because of him, mainly the time control was set in a way that it's the same time control like in the World Championship match. Plus, he can now get like back to the spirits of playing because he missed Vaikanse. So for him, it's very nice to have this chance to play some very good chess as a preparation before the match against Ding.
I agree with you. And by the way, to all the viewers, that's the playing hall there. I was there inside a few minutes ago.
You were allowed. This is unique, actually.
And it's very compact. Like the playing hall is, it's not like a huge one. So you can see like in one camera, you can see almost all the boards. And in that sense, it's a very nicely compact tournament because everything's happening in one hotel. Players are staying in the rooms. There's food here. They're playing here. So it's a very nicely organized event.
I agree. So how long are you staying here?
I'll be there till the end.
That's very wonderful. That's nice. So we will have you a couple of times here, I hope, with us, because whenever you come, the Indian community and followers will just jump up to the to the air.
Well, Elizabeth, I was watching you and Yasser commentate, and it was so exciting. Like you have this amazing aggressive vibe. You want to attack. And Yasser was all calm and cool.
Yes, but I think this is also a mentality thing because Germans usually are very straight and very direct in their approach. Okay. And I would say I'm very German in this sense because my parents educated me in a very direct and open-minded way. So I would always say what I think. But this is mentality, and this is especially probably even more mentality of the eastern part of Germany. So that's why maybe I tend to be aggressive, but this is just like the way I was raised by my parents to expressively say what I wanted to say and what I think.
Fantastic. Well, I want to learn a lot from you. You are the stronger player here. I will have a lot of questions to ask you. So which game should we go to?
So what do you think, what is the most interesting game for you? Probably an Indian game?
Yes, maybe should we go to Pragg versus Duda, or maybe Gukesh Nepo that we have on the screen?
That would be nice, yeah.
I think in the opening, Gukesh didn't play the main line and was under some pressure. But now we've reached a position where Nepo has just brought his knight back to e1 on the last move. Maybe he wants to go to d3 or c2. But you think black is okay here?
Well, I have to look a little bit more into this position. I think black is super solid in his pawn structure, but white, despite the fact that knight e1 prepares knight e3 and knight c2, I would be worried if white manages f3 e4 and then blocks the bishop on b7. And Besides that, the knight on f6 then would also not have many squares to go for. So this is a kind of positional threat I think Pragg should pay attention to.
Absolutely. And, Gukesh is, of course, a very strong player. But, if Nepo starts to turn on the screws, he'll have to be very careful here.
But maybe because, after f3, e4, the space advantage for white would increase. This
Right.
could be a good idea to play something like bishop c5 and try to exchange some pieces. Perhaps because without these two bishops on the board and f3, e4 is played, then I think black will be fine on the black squares. Probably even if I try something like bishop c5, the bishop will go back to b2 and Nepo will not really intend to exchange anything here.
Right. And also, Elizabeth, the a5 pawn is always so soft.
Yes.
And I think that's going to be a worrisome point for Gukesh in the game. But overall, it does seem like Gukesh is doing okay for the time being.
Yes, we also have to take into account the tournament he played so far. In the very first game, actually he underlined that he's a tough nut or a hard nut to break. I don't know how you say it in English, but he seemed very resistant in his game against Giri. And also when we checked the game he had against Pragg, when Pragg decided not to make the draw and he could give this kind of perpetual check with queen g4 and queen g1, and instead he went for a losing move. Usually if you have this luck in the back, nothing can go wrong, and that's why I believe that even here Gukesh will manage not to get in serious troubles.
One of the things that I have seen in Gukesh, and I've seen him growing up ever since he was like a 8 or 9 year old boy, is his determination. And when Vaikanze got over, I could literally sense that he learnt everything. He kind of processed all of the learnings that he got, and he's very motivated for this event that he's playing in Dusseldorf, and already a good start. And if he can manage to hold it here today, that would be a good thing because Nepo is the top seed of the tournament.
Yes, I agree.
So for now we can say that this is around equal.
It's still around equal, but black has to be a little bit careful of positional threats. You mentioned the a5 pawn, and you mentioned the idea of knight d3 on knight c2, and maybe also f3 e4 is a kind of improvement in the pawn structure. So black should do something. Maybe even he can push e5 here and say that he will be the one to gain some space. This could also be a very interesting move if it tactically works, but it looks like at the first glance that it should be fine.
Yeah, e5 is controlled by two of our pieces and should be quite okay.
Yes.
And if Gukesh has to go the concrete way, then maybe e5 is the right way. But he's played his knight to c5.
Okay, this is a concrete threat of knight b3.
Yeah, and also he's stopped knight d3 for the time being because you can take it. So, and as you rightly pointed out, knight b3 attacking the rook and the bishop.
Yes, actually I like this move as well. We missed it.
Yeah.
But yes, it makes sense because also it clears the d file actually. So the rooks can get into the play easier with rook d8 and rook c8. But yes, as by intuition we already pointed out, black should be fine. Even so, some small issues, but nothing severe.
Right. So Gukesh doing pretty well. Let's go to the game of Pragg versus Duda because the position that we have on the board here is at first glance clearly looking better for white.
Yes, by space advantage I agree, but on the other hand, it's very hard to break the position.
Yes. What would you say, if you had to give a number out of 100, what are the winning chances for white here out of 100? What would you say?
Well, if we also take into account the opponents,
Yes.
then I think Pragg has a chance to win maybe by 2 or 3%.
So 52% you would say.
They're 52 to 48,
Okay.
something like that,
But
but not
that's-
higher than this.
That's not much.
It's not much because, usually when you have an advantage and you have the advantage of the e5 pawn, which is space advantage and also a long-term pass pawn, usually you need the principle of two weaknesses to win the position. And I'm not sure where he will create a second weakness without weakening himself. And that's what actually makes me come to the conclusion that we speak of 52 to 48.
Right. You are very, very right that Duda is such a world-class player
Yes.
that he should be able to hold this. But on the other hand, if there's one quality that Pragg really excels in is like massaging small advantages.
Yes,
he likes to press a lot, and maybe this is the kind of position which he can go on for like 5 hours.
I remember I played Pragg when he was even much young and vacancy, and also against me he tried very hard to grind more and more. Okay, eventually the game was draw, but he really tried, and I saw some of his games. He reminds me a little bit even on Carlsen, just as a younger version in the style he has.
Right, and you can look at him here. A lot of people, have seen him growing up from a little kid. Now he's, of course, around 17 years old, and already has played couple of super tournaments and is growing up the ranking. I think he's crossed 2700. Will cross 2700 soon as well.
What is actually the secret of all these young prodigies? Because I mean, like, if I just like have a look at the top juniors, I see like 10 Indians in the top juniors, and I mean, I heard of Pragg much earlier than I heard of Arjun, for example, and even Gukesh popped up a little bit later than Pragg, I remember.
Right.
So what is the secret? Are they all training with Ramesh and suddenly like from zero they go up to the moon?
well, Ramesh is the trainer of Pragg.
Yes.
But Gukesh is trained by Vishnu Prasanna, who's a grandmaster. Arjun is trained by Srinath Narayanan. Nihal has been trained by Srinath before, and different trainers. So everyone has their own way. And also right now there's if you look at Pragg's suit that he's wearing, there's something written as WACA, WACA.
Yes, I mean, like, I know that a lot of Indians have different companies to support.
Yes.
Also with Harika and Hampi, I saw like some kind of logos of oil companies or something. So this is like we are quite familiar with, and with the help of the sponsors, basically, like they're getting the support they need, right?
So the sponsors are there, the Indian Oil and all, but WACA is the Westbridge Anand Chess Academy. So all these youngsters are being trained by Vishy Anand as well.
Ah, nice.
And so they have their own personal trainers. They work with them intensively, but also Anand's guidance is always there. And I think that really helps, because
that's a big pusher of motivation to be like trained by the former world champion. I mean, it can't get better.
Absolutely. And so this one here, I think Pragg is going to take it slow. And also this tournament didn't start off so well for him. He lost couple of games, right?
Yes.
But he did beat Vincent. And if he wins here, he'll be back in the reckoning for the top spots.
Yes, I mean, like, he's a kind of, we say, like, compromise, no, without compromise, like, doesn't take so much.
Uncompromising.
Yes, that's the English word I was looking for. Like, he basically goes all in, and especially against Gukesh, I was astonished. I mean, besides the Rook B2 in this position didn't work. You know, if I was black, I would have been just grabbing the draw like this, because I understood that I was always like slightly worse in terms of material. And if the draw was just on the board, you know, I would just take it, and he was aiming for even more. And I really like this kind of character trait, because this is what you need to become a world champion.
This is what amazes me about these youngsters, that they just don't fear any big names, be it Magnus Carlsen or be it anyone. They just want to play, they want to learn, they want to improve, and that attitude is just so refreshing to watch. In fact, talking about youngsters, we can go to the game of Vincent Keymer and Nodirbek Abdusattorov, and these two are
the biggest challengers of the Indian prodigies, I would say, because they're also in the top juniors.
Yes, absolutely.
So we have here at least 4 players in the top juniors. If we count Andrey Esipenko, I'm not sure he's still under 20, because he is 20 years old.
Right.
If he's still the junior list or not, but despite him, we have 4 of the very top juniors in this tournament, actually, and it's clear that for Nodirbek and for Vincent, the biggest challengers now are the Indian prodigies, and you have at least 5 or 6 of them.
Right. But Elizabeth, like you asked me, I have to ask you. Tell us about Vincent a bit. Like, what makes him so special? Germany has had a rich chess tradition, but I think he has been sort of the breakaway player, right?
Yes, he's exceptional, because already at the young age, I remember like some even junior events like the German championships. Back when he was 8 or 9, he won already the under 11 German championship, and it was crystal clear to see that he has huge talent. At the beginning, I remember he was coached by Yusupov, and then it switched to Peter Lego, and he had a very great impact on him because in the last 3 years he went from 2.5 or 2.6 to almost 2.7. So he did quite some curve upstairs. And my belief is that the only thing which he is missing and which the other Indian players have is the opportunity to play in strong events. Because I think Pragg and Gukesh and your Indian players had more chances to play in top events than Vincent had. Because I think Vincent only plays the first or second year in Regency, and Pragg had been playing already like 4 or 5 times, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, in A group twice, but I guess in B group he has played before.
Yes, so I would even say that Pragg, despite I think he's younger, Pragg, than him, but I'm not sure, but I think maybe like a little bit younger, he had more opportunities, and Vincent now gets all these opportunities, and I'm sure that at some point when he gains the confidence and beats someone strong, it will totally change.
I agree with you. It's all about opportunities. If they get the right breakthrough at the right moment, these young talents will make it big. Elizabeth, you were discussing this position with Yasser, and you were talking about this move bishop d2. Allow me to ask a small question here. I was checking it with the engine at that point, and there was a very nice tactic here for black.
Oh boy, now you test me on something. Now I'm getting, we saw bishop takes h2.
Yes.
This we saw and we calculated that, and I remember the answer was after king h2, queen takes d2 here.
Yes, that
then
loses,
there's
right?
rook d1, and we assume that after the rook gets to d8, then the queen will take on f7, the game is hopeless.
Correct.
That's what we calculated, but now I'm wondering what I missed.
So bishop d2, and there's a very nice tactical blow here that gives the win to black.
Even a win.
Yes, it was very nice here.
Oh, now I'm getting nervous.
and you were right. This is the move. You start off with this, but then
I had queen h4, rook h5, which I didn't check.
Yes,
we forgot about that. Yeah.
And I guess this is exactly the reason why Vincent didn't do this. After rook c5, he went for knight g3 first.
Yes, that makes sense. But usually, when in terms of training, for example, less experienced players, you always tell them whenever there is something in the same line, like diagonal or row, you should be very, very careful.
Right.
And with the bishop on d2 and the queen on d8, you see a kind of opposition. Plus, when pieces or pawns are protected by the king, you always have to pay attention, because the king is not the best protecting piece, because when the king is made, the game is over. So this is something you must have also taught to your audience, because it's something of the basics of chess. So knight g3 is much more careful approach, and here the best solution, I guess. Yeah.
Absolutely. So here bishop d7 played, and Elizabeth, doesn't this kind of remind you of some kind of a marshal? Black has the bishop pair, white has one extra pawn, but it feels like black should have enough compensation.
Black has a long-term compensation because of the bishop pair, and even in the worst case scenario, and I say worst case, if black wants to aim a draw, if he exchanged the bishop on d6, let's say with a knight on g3, the opposite colored bishops would always be a great indicator of making a draw, especially when the heavy pieces are exchanged.
Correct.
So I think, yes, the compensation is there, but of course, if white plays technically careful, then white has chances to win today.
White can press, and of course taking a pawn like this would be a big no, right? You just maybe put the bishop on c6, and then your two bishops are eyeing this way.
Yes, you should be a little bit careful here. Even though Yasser likes to take pawns, at some point, one pawn enough. If you have one pawn up, to take a second pawn really needs to be considered, because you can even win a pawn ending with one pawn up. That's why you shouldn't be that greedy, let's say.
Absolutely. So taking this pawn just is out of question, and Vincent pushed his pawn to e4. What he wants to do is get his bishop out, put the rooks here, and just claim that
Yes.
he's a pawn up.
Yes, even bishop f4 is more of a positional threat, because usually when you play against the bishop pair, to cut the bishop in half is one of the basic rules. And once the bishop pair is off the board, the dynamic compensation is slowly vanishing.
Fantastic. So let's see how Nodirbek responds. He goes queen to h4.
Yeah, prophylactical against bishop f4.
Yeah, stops bishop f4 as you rightly pointed out.
And now also could threat bishop g4 and rook h5, which...
Oh yes, this was an amazing idea that you were discussing. So once, let's imagine like bishop d2, it happened in the game. And now it's Nodirbek's move. And I guess he might be thinking about your idea, like put the bishop here.
Yes, and I'm still like wondering what could be the answer. The queen needs to move. There's no
Let's say
Zwischenzug.
queen b3.
Yeah, queen b3 and rook h5.
Whoa, what a move. And if you take the rook, it's mate in one.
Yes,
So
that's crystal clear.
that cannot be done.
But the question is, what are your defending chances? You have to go, I assume, after bishop g4, bishop d2, bishop g4, queen, let's say, somewhere.
Yeah.
You have to go for h3. I mean, you can give back the pawn by rook c1, but then you are mate as well, because a bishop on
you
g4
mean this one, yeah.
would block the
Oh, that's a
escaping route of
pretty
the
mate.
king.
You can sack your queen and just checkmate here. Fantastic. Okay. So that does not work. And so
This means h3 has to be played.
okay, but if you play this, I am seeing all sorts sacrifices, like bishop h3 should work here. But you know, there was this point always, queen b7 hitting the rook, but now the e4 pawn blocks it from coming back.
Yes, it's like an extra tempo you need to put in to get e5 in the game.
Oh my god. So let's say I take bishop takes h3,
Yes.
and then
I have one moment time, but I'm not sure I have time for any tricks.
do you think knight h5 works now?
No, my question was if I can play e5 here.
e5.
Yes, because I opened the diagonal. Like now, if you take on e5,
Okay.
I take on b7. Now I threat the rook, because even like bishop takes g2 is not yet a mate, because the king can go to f3. Right?
Wow. Okay.
But before I take the rook with a check,
Yes.
and maybe even come back to
Sorry.
to e4 to give another check.
Right.
So
So
here
you're-
after
you're-
bishop takes g2, I can take with I mean, e5 is very interesting. And now, of course, there's bishop e6, which is probably
Backward oh, that just finishes it.
yeah, probably a bit stronger than the other one. So we have to go back and calculate again, I'm afraid, because
So let's just be very clear. This is the live position, bishop d2, and right now Nodirbek is thinking, and he can play bishop g4, and it seems like
the queen needs to move,
Yeah.
because I don't see a Zwischenzug. Like knight f5 doesn't work as a Zwischenzug because
Right.
it's mate on h2.
right.
So we can agree that the queen has to move. There's no way around.
Okay, so queen b3 looks like the most natural, or do you put it on e3 maybe? Or
Well,
d3?
I don't see the benefits actually, because quiz b3 at least I see the benefit of the diagonal, which
Yeah.
might be interesting for us.
Okay, so
rook
we do it
h5,
here,
yeah.
and now you put the rook here, and of course you can't take the rook.
But I have another idea,
Okay.
which could be f4.
Here, f. Oh my God! What a move! f4.
Because if you take on h2, I have king f2, and I threat rook h1. And suddenly your coordination with Pragg is a
Oh.
little bit messed, let's
That's
say.
a brilliant concept. f4 and king f2.
Yeah, to gain. I mean, like usually the rule says like you should play on the side where you have the pawn majority.
Right.
But here it could be that the coordination actually is a bit disturbed.
Do you think bishop c5?
I have bishop e3. This I was taking into account, and this way I would make sure everything is fine. And the rook on h5 is hanging, and rook h1 is a threat.
So what do you think if I can try and like play a move like rook h3 with the idea of hitting here and then threatening a check somehow?
Yes.
This.
Now we have to calculate further. 1 second.
Yes.
I need some
It's
time.
getting very dangerous. Maybe rook h1, bishop c5, king f1.
Well,
Oh, queen h1 is made.
could well, I'm not sure it's made, to be honest, but it's
No?
very close to be made because I can still, like, let's say rook h1.
Yeah,
We
check.
go bishop c5, bishop e3, but then queen takes g3 is a problem.
Yes, this is a problem. So you can't block it with the bishop, and if you go king f1, then queen h1 is over.
Yes. So that means that we have to do something prophylactical against bishop c5.
Right, so
Check.
rook h1 is a bad move here.
I mean, hypothetically speaking, at the beginning, we had a choice where to go with the queen. Just we couldn't go to e3 because then bishop c5 was always
yes.
popped up. Because if the queen was not on b3, but maybe somewhere else, we would have the move b4.
Right.
But I'm not sure how many options.
maybe
Queen d3 we had also in the pipeline.
Queen d3. And you can't play queen e3 because, as you said, there would have been a pin here.
So we can do the whole variation again by putting the queen to d3.
Okay, queen d3, rook h5.
Rook h5, f4.
f4. But this is a great idea. At least it...
King f... Yes,
You
have
have to take king f2. Not
No,
check.
and
Let's
rook
put
h3
this
here.
first. Yeah.
And now we can, as easy as it may look, just play b4.
b4.
And we again renew the threat of rook h1. Besides, actually, I forgot that we always have rook c1 as well to prevent bishop c5.
Right.
So
right.
even with the queen on b3, rook
could play rook
c1
c1.
is it's a possible move.
But do you think, like, by the way, he's played a move, I think, or has he?
No, he's thinking after. No, yes, he played a move, but it's not
Rook b5.
Oh.
So,
I mean, which means rook b5 attacks b2, but now comes the but, still keeps the option. And if the bishop goes to c3 and we repeat what we just said, then there is no bishop e3 in the pipeline.
fantastic.
So
Oh my
that
god.
could be a changer.
Wow. So rook b5 is such a smart little move. But what about b4, Elizabeth? Like, it does look like what white wanted to do, right? Instead of this, let's say instead of bishop c3, b4. But then I just take the pawn, yeah?
Yes, and I would back up. But even if you take the pawn, I mean, the position still looks quite nice for white in terms of, well, coordination. Because the rook on b4 looks a little bit like going on a private party, but not having many guests around him, let's say. So these kind of loose pieces are always indications for, I mean, for example, like if you take twice on b4, you have a hanging pawn on c7 and you have a hanging rook on b4, and the more unprotected pieces are in the positions, the more likely we have double attacks or stuff
Correct.
like that.
Yeah, something on those lines. So clearly we need to, if I could get to talk to Nodirbek after the game, I would definitely ask him why did he not go for bishop g4 and rook h5 here.
Yes.
But
maybe we were right about this idea with f4, but I can't say this was just something which is possible not to get mated, there were not so many options.
Right. So this game still looking very interesting. Shall we go to the game of our leader, Levon Aronian
Yes.
and Anish Giri? Because it somehow resembles a bit like the game of Pragg and Duda.
Yes, it's a very similar pawn structure, just one pair of bishops is on the board.
Yeah.
Which even I would say is better for Pragg than compared to the Duda game, because by structure the bishop on e7 is a better piece than the bishop on e2.
Absolutely.
Just by structure,
Absolutely.
because of the pawns on the white, on the dark squares.
But Elizabeth, are you a bit surprised here that Anish didn't take first on d3 and then play f5 and he went directly f5?
Yes, I'm very surprised, and I'm not sure what is the reason, but maybe the reason could be if you take on d3 and you play f5, can I push g4? Even so, I don't think it's a huge thing, but if you open up...
But we can take a leaf out of Duda's book and play rook f8, trying to sort of control here.
Yes, I mean, to be honest, like, I'm not sure why he didn't change the queens, unless he assumed that keeping the queens on the board would increase his chances to play for advantage, but I'm not sure, to be
But it
honest.
doesn't look like that, right? Like if you look at the current position after b4, queen e6, it feels like the white queen is much better positioned than the black queen.
Yeah, it's usually you shouldn't block with strong pieces. In
Right,
general, the knight is the best blockator, but the queen should usually not do the job. On the other hand, like the queen on e6 keeps everything stable and happily together.
Right. But if there's someone who understands like danger very well at top level chess, it's Anish. Like
Yeah.
whenever he senses danger, he's the first one to kind of pull the brakes. And so here, I believe he feels that the position is under control.
Yes, I also believe so, but as I said, I am not able to answer you the question why he didn't change the queens, because for me and Yasa, I remember it would have been the first thing we should actually like consider, because whenever the queens are off the board, for sure, in the most cases we can't get mated, which is already like,
Correct.
a good feeling in general.
Absolutely. How would you assess this? Would you say equal? Would you say...
It's very difficult because, I mean, by space advantage, white is up. So, I mean, for example, like when we evaluate a position, we should go by the concept king safety. We
Right.
can say both kings are safe,
Yeah.
right? The next thing is, like Chuchulov once stated that like pawn structure is more important than material.
Okay.
Here, well, I would say that by pawn structure, actually, white is superior because of the space
passer.
advantage and the pass. So this is a small plus. Now the next thing is activity of pieces. So the bishop on e7 is a stronger piece over the bishop on d2, which somehow a little bit equalizes the advantage of the space. And the heavy pieces, like the queen on d3, is slightly stronger than the queen on e6. So probably it's equalish, but I can be totally wrong, but maybe I prefer even white here.
Maybe white has a small pressure here, as you pointed out, in the way you evaluated it, and definitely an idea to consider is to at some point move the king over and try to aim for g4. If we can engineer that would be very nice.
But on the other hand, if black manages to push d4 in some way, it could be like going in the other direction. So this is a kind of position where I have big problems to evaluate correctly.
And it will also depend a lot on the ambitions of the players. I think if both are ambitious here and start playing like aggressive moves, then we can be playing for all three results. But otherwise, if both are happy with a draw, I think it could go in that direction.
Yes, but here, I mean, dynamically, white is probably up because of the space advantage. Positionally, white has to be a bit careful, let's say. So it's a double-edged position, but I wouldn't be able to say who's better.
Okay.
Such question you should leave for Robert Hübner. He can explain you in such a good way why one side is better, and you would get a huge list of reasons and explanations, and it would go so deeply that at some point you have to be concentrated to keep the track.
Yeah, I have never met him, but
no, it's a great guy.
I saw a book written by him of his own games.
33
it's
hardest
a huge
mistakes.
It's a huge book, and I understand what you're saying. Hopefully I can read that one day. And by the way, Levon goes c3.
Yes, prophylactical against
your
d4,
idea,
yes.
stopping d4.
That's important, I think.
Nice. Okay, so should we go quickly and check Esipenko versus Wesley?
Yes, which we forgot the game, yeah. But nothing much changed here, I would say, because we have seen something quite similar a couple of moves ago.
Are they repeat? No, he went back to d2.
Yes, and then he went back to f3, and then he went back to d2 again. Could that be?
So are they repeating? Oh, they are repeating. I think this game is coming to an end because bishop d3, queen e7. They went here, knight c6, knight f3, and they have already repeated twice. I don't think Esipenko will try to push further here.
Maybe sometimes before a tournament you have your kind of let's call it in a very arrogant way the victim list, players you would like to beat or where you think there's a chance to beat, and players where you are happy with a draw.
I guess in no one's victim list, Wesley So will feature.
That's what I meant. So, like to stop Wesley because, okay, you understand it's a very like tough nut to break. You would say like, okay, he is in the drawish list.
Absolutely.
But like when I, for example, like played in the Grand Swiss tournament 2 years ago, like it's not like I had a victim list, but I had players or opponents where I would even try with black to win because I know that my style doesn't suit their style, even though they were equally strong by rating. And then I had like players where I was even happy with white to make a draw because they wouldn't suit my style.
Right.
So I can assume that some players may have this kind of, victim list is a little bit funny to say, but let's say this kind of the strategy tactical list.
Right.
And according to the list, they know what type of opponents they rather beat or have a chance to beat and what type of opponents is better to block.
Correct. Yeah, and there you see Esipenko's list definitely said it's okay to draw against Wesley. I think that's the third time he's played his knight to f3, and if
Knight
Wesley
A5
now plays knight a5,
it's over, yeah.
it would be a draw. And I believe Wesley will do that. Maybe we can stick to this game for a bit. In general, Liz, what is your feeling of Esipenko? He is a very, very strong
For
player.
me, he is like, let's call him the joker of the tournament because he's someone, he can beat everybody, but he's also someone who can lose a game because from the start of the tournament, he has a style to go all in, which I really like because this is a kind of player who could influence the outcome of the tournament because he may beat in the last moment someone who is leading, for example.
Yeah.
So that's why I would call him like the joker of the tournament because it might be him who eventually determines who wins the tournament and who not.
Absolutely. And here we can see Wesley So thinking on the board. This is the moment where, you have all sorts of feelings, not just chess feelings, but also like, should I take the draw?
Maybe he also considers like his victim list, who knows, and maybe like Esipenko was one of these guys where he understood if he takes too much risk, he can even beat him with black.
But if you don't play knight a5, what would be your move as black here? Do you see any other ideas? Because you don't have e5 ideas here. If you take on d4, I think it improves white's position.
Yes, because you're playing with the hanging pawns.
Right.
And when you're playing with the hanging pawns, because I remember in the chat there was a question when you should push them and when not. Usually hanging pawns you can push when you like get a pass pawn, which can be like influencing the position or taking space. And here, for example, the push of d5 can even be a sacrifice and would be good because the diagonal of the bishop is opening up.
Absolutely.
So playing with hanging pawns is also like from the positional point of view playing with fire. They give you space advantage, they give you great dynamic, they may be like opening up huge diagonals, but the more pieces are exchanged, the weaker the guys get, and if they attacked from the side like b5, e5, they may like leave very bad squares behind.
Absolutely. And I remember that Anatoly Karpov used to love playing against the hanging pawns. But for now, knight a5 played by Wesley looks like, I think they've repeated thrice already.
Yes, so if now knight f3 would be played or would be
knight
written...
d2, yeah?
Knight d2 would be played and written down, let's say, and they would call the arbiter because it's below 30 moves, the game would finish.
Okay.
So it's up to Esipenko to decide whether he goes further or he keeps it quiet today.
Right. Well, very quickly, let's get a glimpse of Pragg versus Duda, because Pragg has gone for the move which we were talking about. He has played the move g4.
And also he has played the move c4. So
he played c4 break.
Yes, he had 2 breaks in this position.
Wow.
Which makes sense because with c4 he opens up the rooks and he would determine the c6 pawn a weakness.
Yes, and you were talking about creating a second weakness.
Yes, and with g4 he tries actually to create a second weakness by either opening up the g file or trying at some point after capturing on f5. If you capture back with the queen, you get stuff like rook g1, rook g5, f5, or like some kind of like pawn pushes at some point rolling.
I have a feeling that Pragg's position is getting better here. Do you think so? Like, although his d4 pawn is now weak, But still, it feels like the
With
black king is weaker.
With the king on d8, I
Yeah.
don't think he has to worry much about the d4 pawn, But yes, I mean, like here, objectively speaking, white has better chances than black. to-
Do you think we can take on f5 now? Let's say if we take.
If you take with the queen
Right.
and you take on d5, if this was a question, queen takes d5,
Whoa, queen d5.
c takes d5, and
Right.
rook takes c7, then the rule usually says, okay, here doesn't work because I can take on f4, but I just want to say, in general, the imbalance between two rooks against the queen is usually always related to the king's safety. The
Right.
queen is superior if the king is unsafe of your opponent, and then the two rooks don't really have an impact. But if the king is safe, here it's not the case, then the two rooks in the most cases might be superior over the queen.
Absolutely. So in this case, as you pointed out, queen d5 would have been a great move if f4 was not hanging.
And if the king would have been a bit safer, because
Right.
even if f4 pawn is not hanging, I wouldn't call the white's king super safe here
Correct.
as well.
Correct. So let's say I take on c6. Does this work? Because let's say take here. Maybe you take back.
Yes, you take with
I
the rook and I
take,
take on d4,
and you
and
take
now we
here.
have a great discussion which king is weaker. I
I
have
mean-
rook d3 and rook d2 in the pipeline,
Absolutely.
and I don't have rook c2,
And I'm looking for a check with white and I don't find one.
where you can play rook d6, and then like
But
I would
that's
say
maybe even dangerous for white.
this is maybe dangerous
Yeah.
for white, because the d6 pawn can turn out to be a weakness,
Correct.
especially now it's not guarded by the queen.
Okay, so queen f5 is logical, because if you took with the g pawn here, that would be what white wants.
Yes, because now you have the second weakness we
Yeah.
were talking about. I can play on c6 and I can exploit the g file.
Right.
That's exactly what white would love to see.
Absolutely. So for now, Pragg is sort of grappling with this question as to what should be his idea. He has played. For now, he's not taken.
But I can tell you what is the idea of the king movement. He wants to get to b7 and then claim that the c6 pawn is not a weakness anymore. And then if you open up the g file, maybe it's the white's king who's suffering more.
And by the way, Duda is a big fighter. Like
Yes.
he, even if he gets a worse position, his attitude is always to look for chances. It's not like, oh, I'll sit here and I'll defend for 100 moves.
Yeah.
He's always looking for counter chances, and maybe he's trying to let Pragg overextend and find his opportunities there.
Yeah, but it's clear that Pragg is actually like, he changed the position in a way that he has chances.
Right. Okay. And by the way, very quickly, if we can go to the game of Vincent and Nodirbek.
It's easier than this family name to pronounce, in my humble opinion.
So, rook b5, Vincent did play bishop c3. And I really want to just have a quick look at your idea.
Bishop g4 and rook h5.
Yes, bishop g4,
Yeah, queen,
just
let's say
trying
d3
d3,
and rook h5.
rook h5.
Maybe we missed something which...
I think h3 maybe.
Yes, h3. And if you
Take.
take, let's say I take, and you take, and I go rook, let's say, to
But then bishop g3 should be very
queen.
strong, right?
No, f takes g3.
Whoa.
No, this is looking mate-ish.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't understand anything. So maybe after h, I mean, like, I still assume it's connected with f4 and you just give the h pawn.
But at least, I mean, Nodirbek, knowing the kind of player he is, he would have loved to go for this line.
But maybe objectively you understand that this line never is promising, because I give the pawn on, I mean, I sacrifice the pawn on h2 and I have f4. Probably. I don't know. But probably this could be the reason.
So rook h5 here is kind of, so till here it's forced. You have to play h3. There's no, or you said f4 and king f2. So there are these two ideas.
Yeah. Even so here the bishop d4 move is with a pin connected. So if I play now f4, let's say you
F4.
take on h2, let's king f2, and not this move, even like bishop c5 immediately maybe.
Now bishop c5, yes.
Yes, because if
The bishop went away here.
Because if bishop d4, then maybe you have to take into account also moves like rook d8. But like somehow I have the feeling that like there's something we don't see.
Yeah,
but I don't know what.
We'll have to call Yasser here and get his. Queen E3. So
Bishop,
here,
Queen E3, and then Rook H5.
but then bishops. Because there's Bishop D4.
King F2, yes, and after Bishop C5 we have Bishop D4, which is additionally, yes. I mean, as I said, it must be connected. I mean, at least this is my assumption to F4 and just give up this pawn on H2 and underline that the coordination of black is too weak.
Right. Because if Nodirbek is not doing something concrete and we have this position on the board, that is the live position, it seems like Vincent is slowly sort of consolidating his extra pawn.
Yes, I agree with you. But on the other hand, like maybe he's like if he puts all the pieces on ideal squares, this Bishop G4, Rook H5 idea doesn't run away, and he would use it in the moment when it's better for his coordination.
Yes, absolutely. And
yes, and I think now we will have a short break.
Okay.
Because Yasser will come back. I miss him badly. No, I mean, like, it was very nice to have you here.
Yes, thank you.
But I should like also like express that I miss my partner to not give him the feeling that he is.
No, I am sure the viewers also miss him. And I mean, this was a big honor and fun to commentate here.
I really have to thank you because it was very interesting to analyze with you.
Yes, and I hope to come back soon. For now, I think the games are heating up. Guys, don't go away. We'll be back with a short break.
First result of the day, a draw, but a real exciting one. Tell us something about your game today, Jan-Krzysztof.
Yeah, it was indeed quite a short game, but quite interesting. I decided to play in this line, which I believe, of course it's like nothing when you check with the engine, but I thought it might be good practical chance. Because, I mean, position is kind of weird and he has to play, I mean, it's easy. It's easy to get. If he plays too passive, then it's easy for him to be worse. But of course, I mean, Magnus played this way against Levon, I think in 2019 or something. So he was of course aware of that position very well, and I thought, at first I thought I'm actually better, but but this knight takes d4, queen g5 is probably a strong sequence for him, and and I also kind of missed rook e8, which is embarrassing, and but luckily for me, I'm holding without. For some reason, I just thought a3 and king a1, and position was mess, would have been mess, but I would have been 2 pawns up at least. But after rook e8, I was lucky to have queen d6 basically, because otherwise I think I'm busted. Yeah, and we both didn't see a way for Black to, because I mean he was very active, but his king also was kind of vulnerable. So yeah, possibly it was just a draw all the way.
So in fact, this was a little bit dangerous, yeah? Levon was good prepared, he knows this line very well, and then there was a key moment. You think you have to be really careful to hold the game.
Yeah, once I missed rook e8, of course I had to be careful, but yeah, I mean, of course Levon is, playing chess for so long and on such high level that it's difficult to surprise him. I mean, even if I play, I don't know, c3 in the first move, he, would play very quickly, so or some other bullshit line. So yeah, I mean, yeah, but I still don't think it was a bad choice from my side.
Okay, and in total about the tournament, how you feel?
Yeah, of course I'm very pleased to play here. I'm just, I sort of forgot how to play classical chess, one can say, and yeah, I guess I'm struggling a little bit. Of course, I mean, after such first game, it's, it needs, I mean, some time is required to come back, but yeah, but I mean, apart of that first game so far, it's pretty solid.
Okay, tomorrow will be the rest day. You will join us for the carnival and have some fresh eyes, new ideas, and then straight back with at Tuesday with round 5. And we wish the best of luck for you for the next trip for the rounds.
Yeah, I'm looking forward for some inspiration, tomorrow. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the WR Chess Masters, and I'm happy to see my fellow colleague back again.
Pleasure to be with you, Lizzie, and a big thanks to Shigar for filling in for a moment. I had one of those moments where I wanted to follow your analysis, but because of the 15-minute delay,
you saw yourself.
I was like, what's going on? Couldn't do it. And interesting things are taking place. You spoke about the 3-time repetition going on in Wesley's game. I think we can talk about a draw, unless we have...
Unless we have some new moves.
They are still playing.
Yes, it didn't make the draw, actually. Which
okay,
means
that
like
is a big surprise, right?
Someone didn't repeat, or
Somebody
they repeated
deviated?
4
No,
times.
I was thinking it was almost like a 4-time repetition. We've been seeing the knight on f3 going back to d2, and...
Knight d2.
I'm thinking knight c6 will be a 3rd time. Yes, so he's saying to the arbiter, you have a 30-move rule, but I would like to claim a 3-time repetition. My intention is to play the move knight on a5 to c6, says Wesley, and that will be 4.
Yeah, and it is 4 times. But nowadays, like you cannot just decree the draw. You have to call the arbiter,
yes,
and you have to get his permission that it is correct. I mean, according to the rules that you have at least 3 times.
Yes.
Because if you agree yourself on a draw without consulting the arbiter, you might get 2 nice Easter eggs.
Yeah, they didn't do it in the correct fashion.
Yeah.
No. Turning to the game of Pragg versus Duda, we did see the trade on f5, and he did recapture with the pawn. There is a Zwischenzug going on in this exact position. The desirable queen takes f5, rook takes c6, rook takes c6, and we were just talking about it as we came on the break, I don't think that there's a perpetual check.
I also have the feeling it's not, but at least it has to be carefully
calculated and make sure you can, avoid, you kind of move up the board and you avoid all of the checks from behind, and somehow you find a magic pathway.
Yes, and you sneak towards h6, because I cannot give you checks on c1, unfortunately, to keep the diagonal. And if I go queen maybe I go queen h2, actually.
Yes, but then I go
King e3.
running towards the rook so that I can, interpose the rook on a certain day. I think this was the issue that Duda had, and that was why in the game...
He took with a pawn, yeah.
Precisely. He recaptured with a pawn. But then we're back to what your discussion with Shigar was like, okay, the G file has definitely been opened. Bravo, bravo. But if the king ends up on b7, who will benefit most from the open G file? And the answer is, according to our rules.
Yes, it's a very good question, but the thing is, like, who first of all gets to the G file? I mean, black doesn't have time as long as the c6 pawn is on pre.
Correct.
So that means white will be the one to process the G file first, but, and now comes the but, if the rook on c1 ever goes, then the rook on c4 is indirectly unprotected.
Making discovery.
Yes.
Discovery
Plus, that the king on b7 will not be afraid of the G file opened up at all.
No. We talk about the elements of chess: material, time, space, force, and pawn structure, including king position, right? So a safe... I'm looking at the king on b7, and I pat myself on the back. I may lose the game, but hey, my king is safe for the moment. And black's king with just major pieces, white's king on h2, well, I don't see it as well protected as the king on b7. So even though Pragg has been the one making the breaks, c3, c4, g4, g5, g4, gf, for me, it's an open question of these open lines being favorable to him. So
yes, I mean, still, I believe white is the one who presses more.
Okay.
Because even, like, let's say white does nothing and you get the king to b7, it's very difficult to activate one of the rooks because of c6.
Okay, I mean, fair, but...
Let's just say I do nothing.
Right, I just making some tempo move. So but in this position, this specific position, this rook is perfectly willing to make room for the queen, right?
Yes, but that's why I would like to never move the queen away on a 3, but you're right, probably I can still go rook d7 in any case, right?
So something like this, Lizzie, and you were just like wasting time. You were just saying, okay, I will let you put your
I mean,
king.
I was just wondering if black can actually improve. I saw like h5, h4 idea to get some kind of anchor on g3.
Okay.
But despite that, I wasn't sure how you would activate. And even if you play like rook d7 and rook g7, it's not like the end of the world.
No.
So... also, like rook takes c3 and d5 is something you should pay attention to.
So if we wait for just a second and let me fall into your ghastly trap.
Yeah, it's not a trap yet, but it's yeah.
Something of this nature, yeah?
Yes, something like this. So I'm not sure black can improve. That's what I meant.
Okay.
I mean...
something that we'll definitely keep an eye on as the round progresses. Again, we are here in round 5. We're crossing the halfway mark, and we do have our first result between Andrey and Wesley, a draw. You guys were having somehow a very similar discussion in the game between Levon
and Giri.
Anish. They kind of matching this. First of all, it's a major piece ending, just the rooks and the queens. Secondly, there is a protected pass pawn on e5, which, resembles the Duda game. And you guys were trying to make similar heads or tails as to what's going on here. Lizzie, what did you
I mean, like, I'm
come up
wondering
with?
what happened here, because actually, I liked that I had the dark-colored bishop. I mean, they both had the dark-colored bishop, but I liked, like, the e7 bishop, that the bishop was in my possession and now I exchange it against a structural weaker bishop is surprising.
You left it at the move c3 and then came c5.
But maybe he has to do something about this, because if I manage bishop e3, let's say, and a5, then like white can play on the king side because he blocked totally the queen side, and then it's a shot on one wing.
Exactly.
So it's clear that
c5 is kind of necessary.
Giri needs to react before he is like blocked on the queen side, actually.
Precisely. So after c5, trade, and this is how the bishops came off the board. Bishop to e3. Take, rook. A kind of an invitation to hose or clean. Oh, pardon me, this is check. I apologize.
Yes, and b7 is probably, it's maybe a bit, but it looks like that actually Giri has issues now. I mean, I liked his position a couple of moves more. I mean, more than now. I mean, a couple of moves back.
Ago, yes. Queen d4, by the way, is a crafty move because I mean, at first blush, I was just kind of gone. I was thinking queen takes c3, and the other. But queen takes d5, obviously, is a check. b7 is hanging. That's disaster written all over it. So if I make a passing move, rook e7 here.
Rook b6? No, rook b6?
Rook b6, and I have to make more passing moves.
Rook, no, this rook is
what
hanging.
has he done,
Rook
in fact?
d2?
He has played b5.
Well, he wants not to give the square on b6.
Makes sense.
Perhaps.
Very, very sensible. b5. Also, we have this in major piece endings where you're the defending side, it's better to trade pawns.
Yes, the more pawns you trade, the more likely it's become a draw.
Exactly. So b5, and like you say, taking away the potential of a rook b6 landing on your doorstep.
Also, like, you prevent c4 hooks, but I mean, it's not like that c4 is severe, but at some point, who knows?
We do have a AB. Now this rook, I'm expecting, will slide over.
I mean, I have the feeling that one of the pawns may disappear soon.
Indeed. With the rook no longer behind the pawn, I'm not so worried about e6 anymore. And if I do play this, I can now capture nicely. Even though structurally, again, I think we can talk about white being better, but I think it's
not enough.
It's not much of a victory, actually. I think the chances of a draw are extremely high. So AB. Let me just go to the current position on the board. Beside the move rook b2, do you have something? Oh, Lizzie, what do you think about queen d3?
Yes, you attack quite some pieces.
The old double attack. Except I have a problem. The problem I'm having is queen c4.
Yes, and the rook on e2 is still not protected.
Bingo. That's the problem I'm having.
So, I mean, it's not that easy yet, but it's clear that it's white only playing for something, right?
And it makes sense. As you and Shagar were pointing out, that is a protected pass pawn on e5, and you know, our predecessors liked protected pass pawns for good reasons.
So it seems like that the pawn on e5, this pass pawn in both games we have here, is a small plus, and it will like give both players an opportunity, let's say, or a chance to play for more than a draw.
I'm just realizing that the consequences of the result of this game are actually incredibly huge.
Because if Levon is winning, he's almost, I wouldn't say like he's a winner of the tournament, but he has such an advantage,
Bingo.
which is very hard to even overcome.
And he, not only that, but he would beat a rival that's undefeated.
Yes.
In Anish Giri, which is really, really nice in kicking Anish down. And Anish is on some kind of undefeated streak. If we go back to Vaikanze, played in the month of January, where he was undefeated in this.
But Levon didn't play in Vaik, no?
No.
So you see, he's fresh. Could be that he is fresh, and that's why. I mean, even though this tournament has been over since at least 3 weeks, I mean, it was over end of January, and the WR Masters started on the 16th. It looks like 2 weeks is a lot of time to recover, but I'm sure that such a tournament like Vaik takes a lot of your energy.
Indeed, it does. I mean, it's a marathon that definitely drains you. I'm just going to the game between Pragg and Duda at the moment. We saw this trade of pawns on f5, and Pragg decided that he wanted to focus all of his attacking forces against the pawn on c6. He tripled the
yes, and now
his
actually
forces against the c6
we come
pawn.
back to the topic of defense. There's the active defense. There is the exchanging pieces, which
The
is not
cleaning
possible.
defense.
Yes, and there's a passive one.
You're right.
And what is the active move here?
So the active move is what was chosen in
yes,
the game.
Queen h6.
Instead of playing to defend the pawn, the passive move, the passive defense would have been something along the lines of King d7.
d7, yes.
Let's go back. And the active defense, which was played, you attack me,
And now I
attack
have
you.
to protect f4 because I don't think that I can
No.
allow this pawn to be captured.
We were talking about perpetual checks a moment ago when I was a rook down. Here I will not be a rook down. So there's no time for rook c6. And king g3 looks like an
Not what
attempt
you
to
want.
at suicide, as after all we did open up the G file, and that is a bad scene. So I'm expecting that after this move, queen h6, he will probably be required to return
To
to
f3 or to e3, but
to
f3
its defense. Yeah,
makes more sense. So queen e6 will be played, and then he will come. He has to come up with some new idea,
right.
but
Right.
not sure that he has so many new ideas, because for black it's quite easy. I bring my king to b7, and I will look at my opponent and say like, okay,
What are you doing?
come. I mean, like try
Yes.
something.
Right.
And the moment this happens, actually, it's for black, practically speaking, fairly easy to play. And look at the time. We have 20 minutes against 1 hour. I mean, not that it really like is a big thing here because we are at move 34, but still,
You feel it.
yeah.
You definitely feel it. And by the way, the players have agreed to a draw because that's exactly, you described it very well, what was going to happen. If he allows, and they're pointing it out, if I allow you to put your king on b7...
It might be even easier for black to play from a
Exactly.
practical point of view, yeah.
So after queen f3, queen e6, queen c3, queen h6, the players understood that there would be a forced repetition. So far, 2 draws, and I think Wesley had an easy go.
Yes.
Pragg was putting on a little bit of pressure, but he never really had anything that you could really sink your teeth in and say, okay, he's finally achieved a significant advantage. It was just
Yes.
temporary, and good defense by Duda, beginning with the move king f8.
Yes, he went for the king's moving. And actually we're getting to something more thrilling now slowly in the Keymer game against Abdusattorov.
Exactly. Easy for you to say.
Well, I mean, I practiced a lot.
All right. When we have left it, somewhere around these parts, e4 queen, h4 bishop to d2. And he never went for the bishop g4, rook h5 business.
Yes, probably he
Something
understood
about
that the coordination is too bad.
Yeah, that he just didn't. Now, my spidey sense is tingling right here. There's a pass pawn in the position. Like, okay, let me just...
Take on d6.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes, if I take on e1, which I think is a more tricky move.
Perfect. I'll take on e1.
You take on f3.
Yes, and I will...
Well, this is the question. First a check or first DC7 or D7.
I know, right? Where is it going? Okay. Probably it's not
Because
a
I have
thrill.
bishop G4.
You have bishop G4.
No, D7 is more annoying, let's say.
More annoying. In either case, I thought even the rook might actually jump behind. So bishop takes. I was afraid that if I went D7, you would go here, and then I would just have two minor
Yes.
pieces for
It's not enough.
the queen, and that's not enough. And if I took, but your bishop G4 is just fine. So I, very reluctantly, I'll find a better square for my queen.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try to figure out where it is. There's no mate on. So here are some thoughts that are going through my mind. Queen D3.
Yes, you have to. You think you have to. You can take. It looks very suspicious to
Very
take because
suspicious.
of the back rank, right?
Yeah, but do you have an alternative? If you don't take, then I'll play F4 with an extra pawn and a very, very nice attack.
So let's assume you take, and then you play something like F4 here.
Yes.
I take on E8, and I have something along the lines like Queen E4.
And this is one of those double attacks.
Yeah.
That looks very, very awkward.
And I'm not sure I find a good defense here.
Yeah, I had been focused on Queen D8, but I do like your Queen E4
Maybe
move.
Bishop E5 works here. No, the Queen on H4 is it's not protected.
Mm. So, if you don't mind, I'll just show our audience what you have missed.
What did I miss? Rook takes G3?
Bishop E5.
Yes. Happens.
But okay, so we're moving the queen, and again, this looks like a very attractive square.
And maybe I should play something like Bishop C5, not to allow F4. But still, I have the feeling that the position of black is getting worse and worse.
Very, very serious suddenly. I mean, this is not a joke. The move F4 is coming with really powerful.
Yes, but you have to prepare it still with King H1.
Okay,
or
let me
B4, Bishop
let
B6.
let me show my bravery.
Yeah. Where is my bishop going?
Which kind of meant that you actually had to take my pawns, but be very, very careful of Yasser when he's sacrificing pawns.
Usually he doesn't do that, yes.
No.
It's very suspicious.
Yes. There was this often told old Soviet story, and it went like this. When Michael Botvinnik sacrificed a pawn, you thought very carefully and accepted it. When Michael Tal sacrificed a pawn, you took it immediately and then thought of the consequences.
Yes.
When Tigran Petrosian sacrificed a pawn, he resigned.
Yeah.
Positions.
It's true. It's so true, especially because, Tal sacrificed it every game, but at least half of his sacrifices were never working, actually.
Suspicious. Suspicious, to be sure. But okay. B4, if you had taken the pawn again, I was thinking of playing the move B5 there a moment ago. Now I do get in the move F4.
But can I give a check on C5 and then take... Oh, no, I can't take on G3 yet. And Queen H3?
Clever. But it's only temporary, right?
Yeah.
Knight H4.
Yeah.
What? What?
Rook E2, Rook H5.
Oh, no. And now I'm the one suffering a pin. Oh, my.
So it's not that trivial.
It's not so trivial. Remarkable there. I thought that...
But it looks
move
pretty
B4
much by coordination, I agree. It looks very close to be lost.
It does appear on the webcam that
He
there
played
is a
Bishop
white
C5.
there is a white queen on D3.
So there was Bishop C5 played.
Okay. That was forced because we saw a double attack. Now, you were mentioning king h1. Okay. Why did we reject king h1?
Queen h3 again.
But isn't that just kind of temporary? I can play f3.
No, I can't. I can take with a queen on g3.
Yes. Bravo. Beauty.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, it's quite kind of tricky still. Like, white has to be a bit careful.
Right?
But yeah.
Are you good in the puzzle rush competitions?
I would consider myself old for the puzzle rush
Oh,
competition.
come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, let's say like, you know, like I remember like we did it in the national team.
Yes.
And nowadays I'm the oldest national team player in the women's section in Germany by almost like 10 years plus.
But you were the promising
I was
junior
at some
talent.
no, when I played in 98, I was 12 years old. There was always the youngest, but
Right.
time changed, you know, and now I'm
Little
one of
by
the oldest.
little.
And I remember, like, for example, if I give a puzzle rush competition with Josephine,
Yes.
and Josephine is like now 25,
Okay.
but I never had a chance.
Really?
She would
was
be so
bang,
much.
Bang, bang, bang.
I mean, it's not like that, like, I would say that in a blitz game she would be superior from the tactical point of view. But in the puzzle rush, I have zero chances, and I'm quite sure this is because of age. Because usually, like, I have a very good tactical eye. I have a good
Yes.
intuition for dynamics,
Right.
but still, like, she also has a good intuition for dynamics, but she is like 15 years younger than me.
I'm just faster. Just faster.
And that's why she's faster. She has a much quicker perception. And that's, I mean, like, when you mentioned that Blitz and Rapid is not as easy anymore, it's exactly because of that.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that these young players are training themselves to be so pattern alert
It's
and
not
pattern
even
conscious.
they don't even need to train for that, in my opinion. They're just better because of age. It's the same, like, just play with your grandchild memory with the cards. I promise you have zero chance. Even though you're trained as a chess player to have a good memory because you always like keep working on openings and everything. But when you play with a 10-year-old, like this kind of memory, like with the cards,
old maid.
forget
or
about
something.
it. Zero chance.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I met this experiment when I was 20 and I was still like young by then. But even then, when I was 20 and I was playing against like some kids, this kind of card games where you have to memorize like where are the matching pairs. No chance, because the memory would work just still much better.
So, how would you evaluate my situation?
Maybe I would
I
just,
want you to
know,
be honest.
You know, like, you know, in German we say like, talking is silver and silence is golden.
All right. Wow, boy. I really, this is a setback, Liz. I got to tell you. I mean, I was really looking forward to some kind of competition ahead. Is knight e4 a move here for Vincent,
Actually,
or is
I
that
think Vincent played b4
okay? That was the first move that caught my eye.
because we
maybe-
said if the bishop moves and there's b5 and we win the piece.
And maybe because that stupid tactic that I fell for some time ago still is in annoying me.
Because now we can play f4 and f5.
Yes, I'm wondering. You know, I give back the pawn for the very specific idea of getting into attack, but here I'm noticing, unfortunately, for the first time, that bishop b5 is actually
Annoying. I mean, okay, I still can move my queen, but
doesn't matter.
no, you're right. I mean, like, this is not what you need.
But here, gosh darn it.
Yes, but how about like after b4, bishop takes b4, like other moves?
Well,
Like
this is
knight
where
e4 or stuff like this, or I don't know, but we have here a lot of candidate moves which could be interesting. Even e6 may be an interesting move, because if rook takes e6, then I can take on e6, then I take on b4 and I have queen d8 check and stuff like this.
and picking up the loose
Yeah.
rook on g5.
So it could be that even e6 is a kind of, you know, this typical kind of sneaky move to basically get all the like protection stuff away. But after e6, of course, also f takes e6 could be played. And here I'm not sure whether we gain something with this sacrifice or not.
Mm-hmm.
But we have like also the move knight e4 as a Zwischenzug. Not sure that here the knight e4 Zwischenzug is relevant, because you can take on c3, and if I take on g5 I don't threat much.
And
And there's also a mate on g2. But I have the feeling by intuition that somehow you cannot capture on b4, but I don't know why.
well, we did already one time fall for a problem, which was b4 does also
Yes.
threaten b5, and the bishop is strangely trapped on this beautiful c6 square.
Yes, but on the other hand, like if you don't take on b4, you have to play like bishop e7 to have rook d8 and to save your bishop. But this looks like not what you want to do.
No. It definitely feels to me like black is the one who's going backwards here. When the bishop moves and I do get in the move f4, I think it's going to come with some really dynamic trumps for white. So once more, bishop takes b4. You're saying your intuition is telling you there are
There's a
pieces
problem.
hanging, and that one way of trying to exploit
Maybe f4
this.
immediately, actually, Yasser.
I think we had that, didn't we?
What
have
we
that?
didn't have after bishop c5 check, bishop d4.
Takes f4, bishop c5
c5,
check.
Bishop.
And here I've blundered brilliantly into your queen h3, and you remember you did something very clever. I don't know exactly what
And
it
then
was,
rook
but
h5 after rook e2. That was the thing what we discussed.
yes, that was very clever. And I felt like I needed a lollipop. So let's go back. So once more, bishop takes b4. I'm feeling like, okay, imagine I just do something incredibly simple and strange.
I mean, like, for example, we can take on b4 and play queen e3. No, queen e3, actually you take on e5 and you would say it's fine.
I definitely wanted to follow it up with f4 for just a moment. And then after bishop b5, I don't know where I can put my queen. I'll try this. But I'm not convinced that...
I'm not convinced yet that you have so much with white. If you have
No.
something at all.
I mean, I've got this wonderful majority on the king side, but I don't see that as necessarily convincing. No, and I gave up a pawn. Were you about to try to convince me that...
I mean, I was trying to to point out that I have the feeling that bishop takes b4 tactically doesn't work. But maybe I'm wrong and I'm seeing goes, because my intuition told me like you can't take on b4. But maybe you can.
But again, the alternative was bishop e7?
Yes, and this was not an alternative.
It's not?
It's not what you want. I agree with you totally on that.
Yeah, it's not attractive. I mean, wow. Why can't I play f4 again? I'm probably
No,
going
I
to...
agree. This looks very bad.
Yes. Good. I mean, at least I feel like I'm kind of getting to grips.
So let's, after bishop takes b4, let us think what to do.
So you like these ideas of bishop b4 and e6, some kind of combination of e6 and rook takes
For example,
e6.
yes, you're right. If for example, bishop b4, queen b4, e6.
Yes.
Let's say f e6.
Yes. Rook e6. Yes.
Rook e6.
And once again, our idea is to pick up this loose rook.
And then we have
on
a pawn up.
G5.
No, we don't have a pawn up.
No, that's sad news.
But we have a much stronger king.
That's the good news.
Okay, a much stronger king is also like an overstatement, because the king is on the back rank issue.
It's sort of like I'm thrilled to pronounce that my advantage is that my king is in great safety.
Apart from the back rank, if you skip that, I agree with you.
I have a great fortress for my king.
Yes, but
Okay,
this is
I
also
think
not
that
clear.
This I might try to make some kind of a statement that, yeah, I feel that white has an edge.
But I think Nodirbek played bishop b6.
He refused the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's what I meant. Like, sometimes I don't understand anything, even though I think we missed something.
Clearly, we have missed something very, very shining bright, because we rejected bishop b6 because of b5.
But we missed rook h5 as an option still here.
It's funny. I stopped looking at that
No, it
because he
doesn't
never
work.
played it.
No, here doesn't work because I thought like we had something on she2, but actually, again, I'm seeing ghosts.
Yeah, true that. It was a fantastic game between Gukesh and Vincent, where there was tactical problems like with every single move, from b4 and queen takes b4 and bishop b5 and c4 and bishop g5. And somehow they navigated their way to a safe draw. And after the game, I went to my room and I played it over with the engine, and it was very, very impressed by the play of the players. I thought that they played an incredibly accurate game.
For example, like, they're much younger than us, and they will probably be 10 times quicker in their calculation.
And getting here. But now Vincent is sitting here and he's saying, okay, why can't I play b5? And we've got to ask ourselves that same question. Why can't Vincent play b5?
I mean, my bigger question was, why couldn't he take on b4?
That was not asked or answered either. But this one is really severe, because I'm just threatening to win a piece, and I don't see an answer at the moment. I mean, rook g3, hg3, no problems there. Bishop f... I mean, I'm just coming up complete blank. Rook e6, I find that move highly incredulous. You know what I mean, yeah?
Yes, but actually, yes. Maybe after bc there's rook h6. And you cannot protect. I mean, you can play h3, but then I take on g3. And the trouble is not over.
I once had these post-mortem with Bent Larsen where I was making this fantastic argument in my favor. And I finished my argument with, a flourish, and he looked at me and he said, "Nobody believes you."
It's not like Kasparov, like when he's like having a better position, he first takes off his watch and then his jacket, and you're doing the same, and the guy says like, "Sorry, Yasser, but you're not Kasparov, nobody believes you." Exactly. Doesn't work the same way.
It's like, boy, that was so disappointing. And something about this position has me in a great deal of disbelief. Rook h6, well, at least it's a move. Rook e6 with the idea of rook h6, b5.
Yes, this at least, here we have an answer.
Something is going on here.
B4, bishop takes b4, we don't have an answer yet, actually.
No, but b5, rook e6. This makes room for bishop e8, but it really also asks a very salient question. How are you... I mean, we're dreaming of an attack.
Mm-hmm.
I find this so hard to believe.
Yeah, not only you.
Wow. So I can throw in a check.
And then after...
Yes?
Yes, king h7 is it's not like a forced move.
I was hoping to even make you consider at least the move.
b5, rook e6. Let's say I first take on c6 and then give the check. Gives me a little bit more option. Because actually, yes, because I give a check, king h7, and now I play h3.
Okay.
But you can take with the queen on c3.
That's a threat of a mate.
That's even more sad news.
True that.
So yes, this doesn't work either. I mean...
So b5, rook e6. Wow. That is just very, very confusing. It looks like white has so many defensive resources, and instead he's finding somehow his position stuck. The knight can't move, pawns can't move. This bishop annoyingly stops me from playing f4, a move I desperately would like to play. Bishop d2 doesn't stop rook h6.
It looks, I mean, still it looks for me like that white must be winning, but I don't see how.
Of course, it does. That's also one of the things I think that the computer is so very, very good at. It has simply no prejudice or biases. It has this algorithm. The algorithm says this is this. And we have our prejudices and biases. We look at a position like this and say, you can't be serious. You're attacking white, and he has all of these defenders around his king. You can't possibly hope to break through. And yet, rook e6. Wow. I'm troubled.
So okay, if not b5, then the question is, what is the alternative? Because rook e6 is still on the pipeline, right?
Correct. These bishops are being...
Knight e4?
Which then asks the question, if I was going to play knight e4 in this position, would it not have been better
to play it in this position?
when the knight would be attacking the bishop on c5?
Yes, I agree with you. But maybe he missed that bishop b6 was working.
Oh, I certainly did.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like that obvious that you can play bishop b6 because of b5.
Right. Yes.
And maybe, you know, and this is like the funny part, maybe like Nodirbek didn't take on b4, not because the move wasn't working, but because he wouldn't be able to play for a win.
Mm.
I mean, we are not in the mindset of these young prodigies, and probably they see like 1,000 things more than we do. But could it be that he played b5?
Well, we're about to see rook e6.
Yes, rook e6 was played instantly.
There's no alternative. Everything else, I mean, we actually even struggled to find rook e6 because everything else was just losing. At least in this case, we do understand this very powerful threat of rook h6 is forcing us to, and stopping Vincent.
But Vincent doesn't, I mean, like, to me, when I read body language, I'm not good at it. It looks like he didn't see this move. Or is he just, I don't know, but I mean, like, he looks a bit, no. He saw the move, of course.
And he answered rather quickly.
Knight e4.
But it all begs the question, if it's coming down to knight e4 as being the defensive move, why put the rook, which was on e8,
I have a very interesting question. What about rook takes g2?
That's a very interesting question. I will surprise you. I'm going to recapture.
Okay, rook g6.
And
king h1. Only move?
Yes, king f3 is mate. Queen g4. Knight g3 is illegal, according to the latest FIDE handbook.
So king h1, and after rook h6, you have queen g3.
Well, I'm one of those materialist kind of guys.
Ah, yeah, okay.
I mean,
okay, rook takes g2 was an overstatement, I agree.
But it was bold. It was creative.
Well, it was just like, you know, the first...
Historians, we've got some moves,
But they're playing it rather quickly, as if they had worked out the puzzle rush like ages ago, you know.
Truly. So knight e4, I missed it.
What? No, I also don't know what he did.
So after knight e4, do you know...
But look at the way like Vincent looks at his opponent. You saw this? Yeah,
he's catching... Yeah, there you go. Just sneaking his eyes up and across the board. Three players had a menacing glare. Michael Tal, Garry Kasparov, and Anatoly Karpov. When they, gave you that, raptor hawk-like look, it was intimidating.
So it's Nodirbek to move after knight e4.
Now the question I had is, because he's allowed black to make these checkmating in one types of threats, whatever you wanted to do, including the move rook h6, can't be that bad, can it? I mean, worst thing to be said is that I do get to pick up a pawn.
Yes, but your coordination is a bit
Okay,
weird.
maybe I messed up something, but I'm just saying I have a
No,
bailout
yes.
as well.
You can go for this, but there in this final position after rook takes h3, if for example like I play a4, then your rooks are like somewhere on the king's side, while like all the other control is not there, right? Or not?
Did we do it right in this moment, Lizzie? I played here. What did you do? What was your intention? Sorry,
I
you
had
must
to
trade, no?
Yes, I must trade, and you have like a hanging piece on c3. Yeah. So I have to lose a tempo.
Before playing a4, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And you were about to say that once you do get your pawn to a4, you were in business?
No, I think here white is much better. I mean, this is my feeling saying, but maybe you're right in rook d3 and it's not that easy, yeah?
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, I'm not convinced completely that... One, first of all, very importantly,
Rook
black
d3.
has won his pawn back.
Yeah, okay. Yes, for you, I think this is life like important. I
mean,
agree.
You have to get your priorities in order.
But the question is, do I have something else?
I hope so.
Okay, because anyway, Nodirbek has a lot of time, which is helpful compared to Vincent, who doesn't have much
40
time
minutes
left.
to 13 minutes on move 25, 15 minutes for the time control.
So the question
Again,
is...
No increments till move 61 for these players. Sorry, you were about to say you're...
After knight e4, what other candidate moves do we have? Only rook h6, and then we saw like h3.
Well, you proposed yourself rook g2, which means there should be more candidate moves than just...
But the rook g2 is tempting as it may look. I don't think it works. And after rook h6, you just wanted to come up with h3 and say like... black is okay. No, white is okay.
I have no idea with what I wanted to come up with. Let's do this again. I go rook h6.
You go h3, only move.
I'll go bishop takes b5.
Ah.
Because I like your rook takes g2 idea, but first
Yes.
I want to distract the queen.
But you have queen d8 check and queen takes g5, which is quite upsetting.
That's very upsetting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Unfortunately, this doesn't work.
Oh. That is true. Truly upsetting. b5, rook e6, knight e4. Yes, sometimes for some strange reasons I lose track of this queen d8. We've been looking at it.
Yes.
Even with sacrifices of the e-pawn e6 and rook takes e6 and queen d8 and pick up the loose rook on g5, and then suddenly we get here and we forget about it. So rook h6, h3 one more time, and now we pause. No. Bishop to d5. The rook is hanging on g5.
Yes, you can just take the rook. I mean, like, by intuition, I would say like that somehow white is in trouble, but maybe white is not in trouble. Because we don't see how.
Surviving. Scary, surviving. Boy, my mind's whirling here, but yeah, this knight takes g5. I just cannot escape.
Nepo is calculating as well, which is good news.
Nepo?
Yeah, he's in the back. Maybe he can give us a clue.
Right. No, I recall I was playing in a tournament in Lone Pine, California, and it was very strange. I seemed to have a shadow behind me, like I was playing my game, but this was this shadow, and I looked behind me, and it was Tigran Petrosian. And he would be staring at my game, and he would be watching my game, And then, he would make some kind of funny face and he'd move away. And I always had this impression that he was seeing and calculating more than I was in my own game. It was a pretty daunting experience, actually. Does it make sense if I go here?
This is also an option.
So
At
that
least
I cover d8.
And now you go rook g6, you can take. And now the thing is, like, if you play bishop takes b5, it doesn't help because I'm missing one attacker.
Precisely. So what I'm about to do is making the very embarrassing defensive move.
But I mean, what was wrong with this endgame we had?
I wasn't sure what I should be playing for. Should I be playing for the attack or for some kind of an endgame? It does feel wrong that if I have to play bishop e8, it's sort of like a retreating move that I would be very happy to face. Sort of like I beat back the attack, yay.
By the way, like someone in the chat mentions that bishop takes b4 would give black advantage. Like by 0.3. Not much, but slightly.
Oh.
So it was a chance at least like to...
So
advantage is maybe a huge word, but at least black was not tactically lost. That was a question we actually had.
Well, that kind of makes me feel good because it feels like we didn't miss something.
No, we didn't miss something, apparently.
Like that was obvious or something. Because we couldn't refute bishop b4. We thought that it was quite a reasonable move. We are facing the situation after knight e4. Again, it looks like these rooks are really hyperactive and aggressive and dangerous, but I can't figure out a way of sacrificing them powerfully. Sigh. Okay, let me just double check something that absolutely should not work under any conditions whatsoever. Takes. You don't want to play queen g3 because that would allow.
Yeah.
But you do want to play queen f3.
And then you don't have enough attackers in the pipeline.
Well, that was where I was having this rather kind of strange, acute moment. I'm a rook down.
Now I'm wondering for your butt.
Yes. Bishop to c6.
And you...
The question is
yes.
how could I put more pressure? If I had such ideas, then
but I can play king h2 and slowly get away
from this diagonal.
Yeah, and I have rook g1 to come next, and then we talk about g7
who's
pawn.
attacking
Yeah,
whom.
who's attacking whom, yeah.
Good point. I cannot argue against it. Good point.
But I'm happy, Yasa, we didn't miss anything with bishop takes b4.
Well, each day brings its own special miracles.
So rook g6 was played, actually. This is what we calculated, and then...
A long time.
And he played king h1.
What? Let me... sorry, I have to refresh my board.
No, that is not... no.
No, he did play rook takes g2.
Okay, Yasa, help me. What did we miss?
We will...
I mean, I was thinking like rook takes g2.
This was your idea from...
This was my intuition, but I didn't see anything. And now, what about queen g4? You go rook g1, and then I thought like you may be overloaded with like e4 and g1, but I don't see how.
Exactly. Bishop takes e4. Queen takes e4, of course.
And it doesn't work.
No, it does not. So, king h1 is on the board.
Yes, and now?
Well, yeah, previously we had looked at rook h6.
But after h3 we didn't see...
I said I was greedy. Queen g3 would allow you to take the knight, and then you're the one winning, or better.
Actually, it was played. h3 is on the board.
Right? Okay.
And now there is something which we didn't see. Or
exactly. This is where we kind of...
Queen g4.
Bishop f2?
Queen g4.
Queen g4, king h2.
Wait, there's also queen d8 check and knight g5. It's not over yet, but this is a different story.
That is a good point. Once again, once again,
So let's say h3. This is on the
active
board, and
defense.
queen g4. Can we distract the queen somehow with bishop e3 moves like this stuff? This stuff doesn't work. Okay, let's say queen g4, and if you want to win,
yes.
king h2 will not help, I think, because I
not?
can play... no.
That's the move I wanted to play, actually. And I wanted to win as well.
No, if queen f4, then you have queen g3. Okay, let's go back. He played
Okay.
something, but he played...
After h3, he played
yes,
what?
bishop takes b5. No? Did he?
Bishop takes b5.
It looks like he did something on the other side. And it looks like he did something on
He
b5.
did it. He did it. He played bishop b5. So we do have queen g3 now.
He played queen f3, not g3.
Hold on. Are they going to this position where I suggested this lame move bishop c6 and I was just saying, wait a minute, something's... What's going on? Did we actually analyze this?
Not in this move order, at least. I don't think so.
Okay.
But now,
Queen f3, we're up to date with the players.
I mean, we can take on f1, but it's not enough material, I would say. No, it's two. No, it's not two pieces for the rook. It's just like...
It is just an extra piece for white.
No, this doesn't make sense.
Correct.
But what else do I have? I mean, I need something to distract this queen. But just I don't see how.
Bishop d7? I mean, I'm now, like you, I'm looking at desperado ideas. Bishop
King
to d7.
h2. I can take... yeah. You're right. Okay, now let's, with bishop d7, let's come up with something
Very
original. Like e6.
e6.
And if you take on e6, I play knight f6 check.
So wait a minute. Now, just a second. Bishop to d7.
Yes.
And now I start thinking, can I turn the tables by playing some knight f6?
I wanted to play e6 and then knight f6, but maybe knight f6 immediately is also
an option.
is an option because I have rook g1 and rook g3, which gives me enough safety. Maybe.
This is a remarkable attacking idea by Nodirbek. If he comes up with, sacrificing the rook on g2, getting this forcing position, queen on f3, playing bishop takes b5, and then playing a quiet move bishop d7.
But do we have anything else in bishop d7? I mean, we're rook... only is a huge word, but we are rook down.
Yeah, we're only a rook down. Exactly. But black is playing it like these rooks are frozen and they're not playing a vital role in either the offense or the defense. And black is playing it like he has all the time in the world to develop the attack while white is watching. And I find that remarkable. I mean, my goodness, bishop d7. What a move.
Yes, but I don't believe in that. I can give you probably several reasons why. For example, let's say e6.
e6.
Bishop
okay.
e6.
Yes, sure.
And let's assume...
Yes. That
even a move like knight g5.
Even a move like knight g5.
If you take on g5, I play rook g1.
Got it. Are you so sure your king is...
I'm not sure. I'm just guessing, I'm just trying to
Are you... I'm not 100% sure your king is really in that great a deal of safety as well.
I mean, there's bishop d5 move.
Right. And now I'm only an exchange down
for some pawns, but you are mated on g7 and on d8 somehow. Like
what?
Defense, like rook takes g5,
yes.
bishop takes f3, and
Yes,
let's
check.
say king h2.
Okay.
I have f6. This is sneaky.
you've seen me in, you know.
Okay. Rook g3, bishop d5 and rook e7, and bishop f7.
And then you're getting, you're having some fun. You're the one on the offense. This is remarkable, Lizzie. Let's just go back here.
But it could be actually that instead of knight g5, I mean, we have knight g5, I saw something else.
Sorry, queen f3, bishop
d7,
d7,
e6,
e6,
bishop
yes.
e6.
Okay.
I think this is the only move, knight g5.
Okay.
And my question is, after queen takes g5, if I
Okay.
can first take on e6 before I go for rook g1, but likely then the taking on g7 is not a live threat, so this doesn't work.
Okay. Just for our audience, how did you anticipate the line finishing itself?
I mean, like rook takes e6, I want to do like to stop like bishop d5, and then like I thought like that rook takes g7 is killing, but it's not.
It looks
Because I have a check on g7, but I don't have like a mating attack or something. I have. No, I have queen e7.
queen to e7. Oh, sorry, I just...
But hang on, then I can take... No, I don't have the rook g8 check because I have rook g5 to stop the mating idea of queen g7. And it's not even a mate.
But here, this looks... I mean...
Bishop b4.
I'm scared.
Of whom?
For...
White or for black?
I like white.
Bishop b4 here, yes.
Well, do I have to do that?
I like it. What is wrong with bishop b4?
You'll go c5. That's...
You can still do this.
But, I mean, in this position, I feel like I've got moves like queen h5. That looks pretty scary.
Well,
I mean,
it seems like that whatever we do, we have hundreds of ways here for white to have something good.
yeah. There's
Because
something
it's too much material.
Right.
And bishop d7 will fail towards e6, but maybe even to knight f6 check. I mean, there are different choices.
Yeah, this is a remarkable moment here in this game. If we see moves like bishop d7 where you're playing so slowly a rook down and you're just saying, I have all the time in the world, and then, you know, what you just said, Lizzie, you fight back with e6 and knight g5 and you're counterpunching like that. What a game. But just a second, after a move like bishop d7, don't we have like simpler things that we could do? Like, let me play a very crass move for a moment, queen g3.
I
And
mean,
just to
like,
be as disappointing as I possibly can be, you know, just
yeah.
take the fun out of the...
Okay, I can take on g3 and take on h3 or something, but yes, it's...
And here I'll just... again, you've got
I can take...
a few
I
pawns.
can give a check, but this is not enough.
Oh,
King h2
Good
you can
point.
play.
no. Then you take the rook and then... Oops.
The knight. No, but I think anyway, I feel like this is not enough.
Yeah.
Because also like Nodirbek has been thinking now for 15 minutes, which actually, in my opinion, underlines that he must have miscalculated. Because usually these guys were blitzing out the moves.
And they have been blitzing out the moves.
And now, since he stops, and he had been stopping for almost 15 minutes now,
Mm-hmm.
I would say that it's not working.
That something got miscalculated in this whole
But anyway,
attack.
maybe we should also like slowly
Sure.
change to Gukesh, because we haven't seen him for a while.
Well, no question about it. Quite a number of games that we didn't see for a while. The Vincent game has just been dominating. Let's quickly go to the Levon Aronian game for
It
a
changed
moment.
quite a lot.
A lot has changed. When we left it, we had seen the move b5. We saw it
Mhm.
about right. Let me go back actually a few more moves than this. Yes, right around these parts is when we left it. We just saw AB, AB. Levon has played rook, king h2, rook d8, rook e3. And the players quickly started hosing pawns off the board.
Yes. Can I take on e5?
That's the intention, most certainly.
Unless you have some mating tricks with rook a7. And can you prevent the mate? No, you can. No, you cannot.
Uh-oh.
So you cannot take on e5.
I can't take on e5. That's a bad news. What does he intend to do in that case?
The threat is...
Rook a7, rook b7, rook c7. The threat is to mate.
And this looks... I play rook h4.
Rook h4. Desperate times call for desperate measures.
But what else to do?
There's no choice. That's a very, very good move.
And if you play rook g7...
Okay.
Because you have to keep the rooks on
I
the board.
would love to keep the rooks on the board.
Now the thing is like that e6 is also a mating threat, maybe.
Yes, in that case you would have to go rook h8.
For example, I play d4.
Correct.
You play e6. I go rook h8.
Right.
It looks still...
It looks weird. I don't know any grandmaster who would willingly allow this kind of, double rooks on the 7th where, there's so many mating patterns. That's rather a strange decision by Anish. Let me just play rook check, king f8, rook a7. So I do have this
e7 is quite...
mating threat. You would go back. And what if I actually gained? I am not sure. But if I go e7?
Well, the rook has to go somewhere on the 8th rank, no?
Stay on the 8th rank, yeah. It looks like Levon is
in
the
a
one
good
in
position.
the,
Yes, he's the one who can only win the game, actually.
That's my feeling as well. And, again, what a huge result that would be for our tournament. You mentioned another game, a game of Jan and Gukesh.
And
wow.
Gukesh looks like he is not slightly, but he's pressing.
Hold on.
We saw the position after knight c5. He can actually...
I want to take the rook. If you take my rook, I will take...
No, I will move my rook maybe to a5.
A good decision, a wise decision, yes. And now rook to b5, yes?
Why you always make me think so much?
It's good for you, Lizzie.
I'm not sure that this is like... Nobody told me like that this is like having any
you're
benefits.
ready to be a commentator. You know that the role and job of a commentator is like one of the most, challenging and the most demanding jobs the world has ever created. Well, something like that.
Yeah.
What did you have in mind? Sorry. We have to play knight c5, right?
Yes, I think it's the only move.
Rook a5. We have our rook is hanging. Our knight is hanging. The game is lost except for rook a1. You take the knight, I check, and I promote.
Yes, this is
You
clear.
don't want that.
But
so
you can still... but you cannot promote. You can check.
I can check.
Yeah, but this doesn't do much after king g7.
Well...
Still, I prefer black. Looks a little bit more dominating.
Why? Say I go rook here. Rook e. I've got certain tricks, don't I? I don't know if I do or don't. My idea is that if you push, I could take this, but it's not that I'm happy in those cases either. If you don't mind, I'm going to do something I'm going to be going back quite a few moves to see how
we had like knight c5 and we stopped after knight c5, so it's a very early stage.
Yeah, somewhere around here, right? We can go from this point on. Because somebody definitely got outplayed. So the a5 pawn became a b4 pawn. That became a terror.
Yes, and the thing is like that, as you pointed out one of the other days, the black knight has an anchor.
Yes.
And the white's knight doesn't have an anchor, and this makes probably objectively the difference.
As in favoring black. This knight on c3 is very impressive, but strangely enough, no knight c5, just simply rook b2 by Jan. And he's trying to play the position. And I mean, if this pawn on b7 was off the board, you put it on d4, you kind of understand that black is better. This pawn on b7 is like really peculiar. Like, you know, how did the pawn get to b7?
It's a different story.
You know, like, is that supposed to be a white pawn or a black pawn on the board? Rook b2. Okay, obviously Jan has set a very clear trap. The pawn for the moment is uncapturable. You don't want to do it in this moment that your rooks are vulnerable, but wow. This can't be good for white. I mean,
No, it looks like that. I mean, if someone can win in this game, it's Gukesh.
wow. But I do find the position quite confusing, actually. So, rook b2. If I play just to get my rook out of the way, yes? You know, just get out the way. Rook a3, threatening to take the pawn. You have to play knight c5.
Yeah.
Help me if I say it wrongly.
Rook a5. Then we had. No, we didn't have like here in this position. Rook a1. Yeah, knight e3.
Knight
Dora.
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 Nice. Knight Dora 3. Got it?
Eh.
Yeah.
And I'm like even back rank mate. Can't come up with a trick like rook c1 and then. Oh wait, maybe I can. No, I can't because I'm
You
back
wanted
rank.
to take on b4, yes?
Yes, but I'm back rank mate at the end.
Did you ever see a book? It's a peculiar book. It's called Bobby Fischer Teaches Chess.
Oh boy.
It's, by the way, the best-selling chess book ever, like in the history of chess book sales.
I didn't know, yeah.
And you never saw it. Okay, I saw the book. It came out, Bobby Fischer Teaches Chess.
But a long time ago, I guess.
Yeah, like 1974, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
It sold 1 million copies. And it had like 200 examples of back rank mate. Just like every position in the book was checkmate on the back rank. Every one. And I read this book and I said, this world champion, he's a one-trick pony. The only thing he only has one idea. That's it.
But you know,
back rank me.
But you know, like what I can believe is, and that's what like a lot of strong players or like decent players forget, that actually when we like look at it like from the general point of view, it's better to compose a book with easy tactics than to compose a book with more sophisticated strategy or tactics, because majority of people, they are beginners in chess and not
By
professionals.
far,
And that's what we
absolutely.
forget and what we tend to forget even with the commentary.
Yes.
I think this is some of the strategies why, for example, the Norway chess have a girl among, like with Jovanka and
Yes.
David, they have two
And
professionals.
And Kaya, yeah.
And then they have Kaya, who basically doesn't really know much of chess, but she might...
answering the questions that
she
the
m-
audience would.
Yeah, she may put the questions like representing the audience, because she would be the
Audience.
She would be the audience, yes.
Yes.
So it's a quite good tactics.
Yes.
I mean, like, or strategy.
And by the way, the players did reach our position. They just reached it in a different way. In this moment, Gukesh, instead of playing my suggested move, rook a3, instead went for rook a7, and after knight c5, he brought his rook back, and they reached the same position. And then,
They
what
could
did
repeat,
Jan
no.
play? No, we are up to... And, by the way, Jan has 10 minutes against 15.
Yes.
And your Dora knight d3 move was played. Dora knight d3. What is the idea behind this move? I'm not sure I see it. Rook b5. I just defend the pawn and make sure that I will capture. Say it. You're leaving me hanging here.
Yes. Let me think.
Look, he played it. Rook b5.
Yes.
Let me think.
I mean, he could always maybe get back the pawn with knight f4 and knight h5, but this is not the point.
If you wanted the pawn,
he could have taken it earlier with knight
Right.
e7. Yes, this is. I agree with you.
yes. So this was certainly not what Jan wanted to do, but he has some tricky ideas in mind. No question about it. Jan is a very well. Wait a minute, aren't we right back to the back rank mate, and that was where we got lost with Bobby Fischer? Is Jan saying I will play h4 here, and for
Maybe even g4 I mean, we can play f5 at some point. Yeah.
and for various reasons your knight is somehow that's crazy. Really? No, I don't know what Jan is thinking. Maybe he's thinking after rook takes b7 to play king f1.
I mean, the question is, does knight takes
King
knight
f1, yes.
Yes, king
That is
f1.
his idea. Remarkable. And his idea is simply to play rook takes b5. He does not. So, for example, after king g7, he does not want to play knight takes, because after knight takes, knight d5.
But I can start with rook takes b4, no?
Precisely. That's exactly what Jan wants to do.
But my question is, like, after king f1, can I play knight d5, or you play e4 and you just don't care?
I care a lot.
Well, yes, I know it's a pawn after all, but
But that's what Jan is saying, is that slowly, he's going to blockade the pawn and then eliminate the pawn, that he's going to go like here and here or here and here, and you won't be able to defend the pawn. I guess it's rook to c4. Knight c6 would defend the pawn in that case.
yes.
But that,
It
wow.
still means that white is objectively a bit in trouble, but maybe he can hold it.
So Jan got outplayed,
Yeah.
which goes to show that Gukesh, a future title contender here, holding comfortably as black, that's a real confidence builder. And he has played knight d5, by the way.
Yes, which makes sense. And I will not be in time. No, once again, after e4, you go with the knight where?
I've dropped it on e7. Maybe I had.
And then I
square.
can play, for example, like, let's say e4.
Yes, he did it.
You go knight e7 and rook c4, not to allow you even this.
I was afraid of b3, and then
Yes,
I thought,
and then I go rook c3, and I would claim that your knight. I mean, I have an idea of knight c1, and your knight on e7 is misplaced.
for the moment. Okay,
Yes.
let's just see how it goes. If you're forced to take, then knight takes f5 and knight to d4, and
Okay, let's do a move where you probably will make a strange sound, but something like f3.
f3.
Yes, I mean
there.
it looks like a
I
move which
understand.
is painful, but still.
What you want to do is, on a very good day, is just go knight to c1 and win back the pawn and make a draw. But you're making it a little bit difficult for yourself, Lizzie, because after fe, you've also created a weakness.
No, I agree with you. That's why I said like this move f3 is a move which you don't want to do. I mean,
No, it does. It's not. It's not a natural move. Yes, I agree with that. And let me just refresh my board as the players are in a little time trouble. What happened? Just a second. How come it didn't refresh in a nice way?
maybe.
He played e4, knight back to c3?
Huh.
What?
And now after rook takes b4,
Ah,
and
of
you
course
take
he wants
e4.
to take on e4.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Somehow in all of the excitement, I missed very
But
obvious move.
question,
And then
can
you
you
just
win?
saw the.
But can you win this position? Because I mean, like objectively, to win in this ending, you need to create a pass pawn. You have 4 against 3, but you have a double pawn,
Yes.
which objectively gives, from the practical point of view, White a good chance to hold. But I think he played f3.
He certainly did. Well, Jan will not be happy. Should he draw this game, he will not be happy. Should he lose this game, he won't be happy.
No, but you know what is like probably for him a little bit, let's say, irritating is the fact he doesn't play well here, and he soon has an upcoming World Championship match, which is not very good for his confidence to go in this match.
Well, I would say that he's playing okay, not terribly, not great. I would say he's playing okay, but not successfully. He hasn't scored points. It's not like he's been terrible and blundering and barely hanging on or anything of that. But it goes to what you're saying. As a confidence builder, well, it's not doing wonders at the moment, I would say, for our future challenger. He's actually in a funny position. I've never actually been in this position before. He's going to be playing against Dingler in the World Championship match, but both of them are challengers.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's sort of
Yeah,
like,
that's
you
true,
know.
but this is nothing we can do about it.
You're right. They're both in the same box. Okay, F2, F3, Lizzie, your move. By the way, the move F3, to my mind, I'm not even sure what it does. Let's say I go King G7.
I know what you mean.
Right? You're going to take on B4, right? I mean, what else have you been playing for if not to take on B4?
Well, maybe we can claim, for example, like take on b4.
With the rook?
Yeah.
Yes.
Take. I take with a knight, but here, after you capture on e4, I take back.
Okay.
You take, and we have a rook ending with rook e1. 3 against 4, you have a double pawn. You will have to push f5 to at some point to get the pass pawn in order to win. But maybe this is not enough.
Something tells me that this might be dangerous in the extreme. The reason why I say in the extreme is because I'm really afraid that the king...
Yeah, rook b2, right?
Yeah, might, in this particular case, if you put your king on f3, everything you said...
Yeah, but I can play h3, king g2, king g1, and king h2, no?
I'm not sure, Lizzie.
Okay, maybe I play h4 and I do the same.
Okay. Well, oops, sorry. Where am I
But
on
hang
that?
on, actually maybe it's good to provoke h5 and then to respond with h4, not to let the king to h5.
Okay, so just to complete our thought, we got here,
Yes.
and
rook
then
b2.
I was afraid, like this is an end game I could easily lose if I get a passive, but you wanted to bring your king to g3. How did you want to do that? Say that again, Liz.
h3.
H3.
And if h5, then I will go h4, because the king will not be able to get the root of king g6, king h5.
Why is it that I can never do it in the nice way? Okay, sorry. I hear you. Yeah, I hear you. Once more. Okay, I've got a different approach. I'm really afraid that this is one of those rook endings where really it can go south very, very...
No, I agree with you, but I want
H3, let's go up.
king g1. You go up,
Yes,
king h2,
I go up.
and you have king e5.
Yes. That's
No,
my
this
fear.
is annoying.
That's my fear.
I agree. This is even more annoying.
We didn't see this. After the move f3, Gukesh played an intriguing move. He played rook to d7. Is that move a good move? What if I take the pawn?
You take the knight on d3,
I take the knight.
and
Now this I'm not afraid of. This rook ending
is...
is...
I can even take... Oh, no. With a rook can take on f6. No, this I can't.
It's
but
a similar 4 versus 3.
But
But in
this
this
is-
case,
this
it's
is
totally
easier.
different.
yeah.
My king will be in an active position on g3, and as you say, you have to create a pass pawn. You'll have to play f5 and king g6, and here I feel very good drawing chances. So what am I missing? I'm starting with the move rook takes.
Yes.
And again, I'm looking at rook takes d7. Rook d7 takes d3, apologies.
Yeah. A
I'm-
rook takes c3. Wait. No.
Is there
A
any-
white have... It's white to move?
Unfortunately,
Rook c8 check.
unfortunately, it is black to move.
It's black to move.
Otherwise,
yes.
rook c8
I
check
was wondering, like,
would be
what's...
brilliant.
It's black to move. No, then it's
Right.
for black. It's
That was
Fine.
why I played rook f3, and
Mhm.
I was playing. What
yes.
So Jan is looking a little bit confused, as am I, by this decision.
And Gukesh is holding his,
Head like, why did I play rook d7?
like, hiding his face.
Because again, the move f3, we understood what the purpose of the move f3 was, but after king g7, the pawn on e4 still,
On the other hand, let's say I will do nothing. Just nothing. What you will do?
and he's taken the pawn with the knight. Oh boy, I am confused. Now my head hurts. Rook, oops, excuse me. Why did he take?
With a knight. Because it's a free pawn.
Well, I just wanted to double check. Oop, that was a mouse slip. Apologies, everybody.
Rook d1.
Correct.
I have to take.
Correct.
I can play rook. Yes, but it's rook d2.
You.
King f2. And I have always a check on d8 if you tease me in a bad way.
Yeah, no, I was playing for, the win of a pawn as usual.
But it's
no
the
big
same
surprise.
story. It's also
But
a
it's
draw.
the same story. It's also a draw. That's correct. So, but wasn't rook takes b4 a little bit cleaner?
I think maybe it's...
What did he do? He played knight a4,
Yeah.
and very quickly came Jan's answer.
And if you play rook b7... Ha! No. I thought like I had this rook a1 trick and then rook takes a4, but this time it doesn't work.
Doesn't work. Well, unfortunately, I have to walk in this very awkward pin. Boy, I thought rook b4 was cleaner than knight. Knight b4 might just be okay. Like, there might just not be anything wrong with white's position, okay? But it is a rather confounding thing to do, to just allow yourself to be frozen.
But actually the question is like, why not rook takes b4 instead? It would have been much easier than to get into this kind of long-term pin, right?
Totally agreed. I'm absolutely
But maybe we are missing
baffled.
something today as in a way. So let's... No, it can't be.
It can't be.
No, we
Can't
had
be,
only
Lizzie.
rook takes c3, right?
Sure, rook takes b4, knight takes b4 is nothing. Even white might, on a fantasy, start thinking he will be better. So we were absolutely looking at rook takes, rook takes. And here's where I tried rook f3 followed by rook b4, but quickly convinced myself that 4 versus 3 was not serious.
Alright, maybe rook d1 check.
In this position.
Yeah, king e2.
Yep,
I take on b4.
yep,
You could take on...
on d1.
And I wanted to play rook b2. But you have rook c2.
Clever from me.
Yeah.
True. True that.
Yeah,
Wow.
I don't know, to be honest.
Oh,
Rook
and he
CH.
didn't play rook b1 either. Boy, I'm completely bamboozled.
What?
He has perpetual check.
How?
King g7 f4. Unbelievable. Oh,
Yes.
Jan. Now that is
Beauty.
actually a really beautiful discovery. I didn't see it coming, but Jan did, and
Amazing stuff.
Really, really, really amazing.
And probably, like, you will be laughing, he has seen it after knight takes b4.
Correct.
He has
For sure.
calculated
There's
it.
no question that.
Because otherwise it would not make sense, and he was kind of sure that Gukesh may even, like, go into that.
Right. So you were saying, like there's the rules of 3 defenses. There's the passive defense, which we saw, the rook on b1. There's the clean defense, where we saw rook takes b4. You trade as much as you might be a pawn down and a rook in.
And
then there's the active
which
defense.
is always coming first, yeah.
And,
by checking at least.
For Jan, he's the type of player who will find the active defense.
Instantly,
and this move f4 is really a gem in the position. It's a defensive gem. And, it's actually kind of funny. Rook takes b4, rook g3 check. Of course,
and
we have
they
the
are
perpetual.
playing it now, yes.
Yes, we do have the perpetual. But if you were in a very, very cheeky...
Like rook g8, yes. It doesn't work, yeah. But
Why?
Yeah.
Why does it
I
work?
have rook b5 always in the worst case.
Yes.
And I also have this plenty of checks in the other case, yeah.
And you trade the rook, so that's why it doesn't work very nice.
Maybe we should go back to Levon, because apparently,
Sure.
according to the chat, Levon had missed a mate in 3 at some point.
Say what? You would be upset.
I don't know at which point, but at some point. We can go back to the position we had after we saw the threat of...
That was the rook h4. You actually spied...
This is the only move anyway, I think,
Yes.
against the threat, right?
Yes.
And my question is, where was a mate in
pawn.
3? Didn't look like there was a mate in 3.
Just a second. Yes, it does. It looks right here.
Is a mate in 3?
This one, no? There's a Anish is suffering. He's rolling his head and eyes.
But why is it mate in 3? I mean, you can...
1, 2,
Yes, I
3,
understand.
4. Oh,
but
that
I
is
thought
not
like that
3.
rook h8 is always like, didn't we have this position after d4, e6 and rook h8?
Yes, we did. I think you're completely right.
We analyzed this, no?
Yes, so we did have rook h4. Oops, excuse me. We just want to go back. So the chat is telling us that the players have missed a mate in 3.
I mean, Levon, I'm not sure that Giri had a chance.
To avoid it, rook h4, check. Huh.
But must be connected to the rook g7 move, no?
It must be. You're absolutely right. I don't know where it is, Lizzie. I'm a little baffled as well. They reach this position.
Yes, it can be
He
only
had
e6.
to go
Yeah.
h8.
Yes, I mean, like, for example, king f8, e6, rook h8, but it's not like that. This is a mate yet. But maybe it's just a bigger advantage, but this I don't know.
Exactly. Right?
But Giri looks very unhappy. Look at him.
He looks like he just...
Understands. Maybe just rook d6 is winning. Is like a kind of winning move.
Yeah, I think he had put a lot of his expectations based on this move.
But rook
And
d6.
if there's no checkmate against the king, then the pawn is really a runner. But this move, rook d6, really puts the kibosh. And you see Anish is absolutely suffering. He's like... Just a moment. Okay, he's a pawn down. It's a bad position.
Mm-hmm.
But is it, like, totally losing or something? I would be surprised by that. I mean, this idea of totally losing, that there's no
It's
trickies.
maybe a huge thing to say, but okay, he
He
played
plays
d4. Rook d6 is likely to come because you cannot take.
No, I mean, I'm playing rook d6 with glee. As you say, you cannot take and let my pawn promote.
So the rook needs to go to g8.
Precisely.
And now, if I...
Well, there's no threats against my king.
I can play rook d7.
Indeed.
Let's say rook e4.
Okay.
But then I can take on d4 and have rook h4 mate.
Precisely.
So that means that rook g8 doesn't work. Maybe you have to play rook f8.
No, you were doing everything fine up to that moment. Sorry, I'm doing it wrongly. d4, rook d6. I liked your rook g8. I liked your rook d7. I liked everything up to this moment. And in this moment, play rook e8. If you take on d4, I'll swap. I might be losing that rook and 2 versus rook and 1, but...
Okay, let's assume you take on d4, and let's
Okay.
go for this ending.
Okay.
You take, and I
Okay.
go rook d7.
I hate it. I hate my life. Okay, but...
King g3,
Okay, I hate it.
king...
Rook f5 already. Jesus.
Yeah, I think this is hopeless.
I think you're right. I think you're just right. Did he play rook d6 in the game? Can you tell from the
well, no, I
monitor?
can't tell, but I think it's anyway the most logical move.
Most logical move. So one more look. Rook g8, rook d7, and this is what we're... no, not that move. Rook d6. Okay, look. I'm having trouble. Let me play rook f8 just for a moment. And after rook d7, I'm just barely hanging on here.
And now, of course, you can avoid the exchange of 2 rooks, which is which gives you slightly better chances. And if I go e6,
Decent move, no question about it.
and now at least
Excuse me.
if I go rook d8, I go for but then the king is at least activating more.
Right.
S-
Oh. I'm not happy about this. I'm really not happy about this.
No, this is clear, but the thing is, like, maybe I can get this position with the king on g7 to have some slight chance.
Right? Because here, there's all of these ways that the king, the rook and the king, the defenders, I don't know. I would be very worried, let's just say.
Yeah.
Rook d6, and Anish is suffering. Let's just continue. We do have 3 draws, by the way, already confirmed.
And I think Vincent should be...
Sorry.
Well, this game changed a lot, and it's still a rook down.
Excuse me.
So
It
3
sure
pawns.
has. What the heck? Where did it... What?
And
What?
we had the position after...
What did he do? We lost track of it. He did play h3.
So
He
he
did
played
play
e6.
Bishop d7 remarkably.
Yes. And after e6, he didn't go for knight g5.
Rook g1 at once.
Yes.
And now it was just an extra rook. My goodness.
Yeah.
Well, this must be absolutely winning for white. I'm a little bit surprised that Vincent... I think... No, wait a minute. Okay, this is...
It looks
Bishop
like...
f6 just
yes.
looks terrifying, right?
So after king e8, can I play rook d1?
It's the same question I was just about to ask. Why would you chase the king to b7? Why wouldn't you play rook to d1? I'm guessing there was bishop maybe check.
c4, king e1, and bishop a5 check. Bishop a5.
Then bishop back to c3. But I was thinking at some point you would just go here.
Perhaps, yeah.
Yeah? And then after checks...
Yes,
I'm
it
not-
looks a bit... Yes, it looks unneeded.
All right. So the current position... There's some pawns, but there's nothing to discuss. This is just materially our material dogma teaches us
Yes,
that,
it's 3 pawns. It's not that simple, but it's, of course, technically should be winning.
correct. Absolutely correct. And back to Anish for just a moment. Because after the move rook to d6, he's played rook to d8.
So you bet rook c8.
To rook d6, rook c8, rook f7. Again, this is such a huge result for our tournament standings, as
Yeah, I
literally
agree.
number 1 and number 2 are at,
And rook f4, e6 as one option.
that has happened, in fact.
So yes, it looks like that Levon may hit a very important point, and maybe for us it's a good moment to take a break. What do you think?
Let's do it. It's been a very exciting round. Again, one of those rounds where we're not getting tremendous results, but we're getting tremendous games full of fighting content. The Vincent game, I mean, it'll go down as one of the great misses, I'm afraid to say. The remarkable defense that Jan came up with,
That's true, yeah.
and so many cool games with much more to come. So stay with us, and we'll be back on the other side of this break.
Nodirbek, thank you for joining after such a long game, which finished in a draw eventually. The start of the game was interesting. You got the position with isolated pawn. Were you happy with the outcome of the opening?
Yeah, I thought I got interesting position out of opening. So, yeah, I think I played some inaccuracy after knight g6, maybe queen d2. I underestimated this knight g4 and bishop b5. So maybe instead of queen d2, something like rook e1 or g3 should be slightly better for white. Yeah, overall this game was very, very equal.
It seemed to be balanced, but still you were the one who was trying to push, and you decided to play on this ending.
Yeah, yeah. It was in the end game. He I think he gave me some chances, but it was nothing real, I think. So yeah.
At one point, I remember we were analyzing with Yasser that he played this move King e7 instead of the very end. You remember King e7? Yeah. Instead of this, maybe he could try something like Rook e2 with the idea to push the pawn.
Yeah. I saw Rook e2, Rook g7, and d4 there. But I think I have Rook g8, and Rook comes behind the pawn like Rook a8 and Rook a3.
Yeah, but then Rook e3 Yasser found. Like you push d3, Rook a3, and Rook e3 with the idea d2.
Yes, d2. Yeah, but I thought I have some moves there. Yeah, I think I have I have something. I'm not sure.
We were discussing it. Of course, I would never find it, but Yasser immediately came out like with if you play Rook g8, like you push the pawn, like Rook a8, Rook a3, and then Rook e3 move. Yes, d2 is the threat. What to do now? Like Rook b3, d2, Rook b1, Rook e1.
Yeah, somehow I missed. I think it. Better he also missed. Yeah.
So I mean, it was an interesting fight. How do you feel actually to play against Pragg? I mean, you already meet him regularly in events?
Yeah, I've also played against him in Vaikanze. In that game also nothing much happened. Just it was a draw. But yeah, overall he's a very strong player. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we play against each other like more often. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and last question, like of course tomorrow is a free day, and how do you estimate, let's say, your play here after 4 rounds? What goes well, what goes wrong? Like how do you feel? What is your shape?
Yeah, it's it's a normal tournament, I would say. Of course, after yesterday's disappointing loss, I've quickly recovered and try to play some interesting chess. And looking forward to it.
Thank you so much, and all the best of luck, and have a great rest day tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of WR Chess. We are in round 5, and so far we have the only winner of round 5 in studio, Levon Aronian. Levon,
Thank you.
congratulations.
Thanks.
You were coming in, you were the tournament leader, you had a challenger, and you dispatched him. There's a very, very important victory for you as you start preparing the sentences of the victory speech. What happened today?
Honestly
Berlin
speaking,
defense?
I didn't really expect the Berlin, so
Okay.
I was somehow the whole morning I was preparing for the open.
The open Spanish.
The open Spanish.
Okay.
Because it is kind of a problem for me. Last time when I played in open Spanish, I barely equalized against Pragg. So today I found the equality.
That was very good. You could keep it.
Yes. I was very happy, and then Berlin happened.
Right.
But this A4, it's
Is it the latest wrinkle?
it's kind of a move. I don't think it's a brilliant move. Black has the only problem for Black after A4 that there are so many good moves for him.
It's not easy to choose.
Yes. I think everything equalizes, and some moves even lead to a very sharp play.
Now, he played the move E4 here, right?
Yes.
Yes.
No, A6.
A6 first, and then bishop to F1, and now E4.
E4.
But I have to ask, I'm the pawn grubber in the family. F6?
F6 is the best move, of course.
And then D4 and
Yes,
knight F7, right?
Yeah, but this type of, this type of positions are sharp, and
Is it theory?
it's a theory. Yes.
That's associated with A4. Okay.
Yes.
That's all.
That's the most principled way for Black to play,
Mhm.
and we get some sort of a position where White is a pawn down, but it has some White has some temporary activity.
That was how Lizzie liked it, the temporary activity light squares. He played E4. Levon, continue, please.
So E4, but normally this is very annoying when Black plays like this. Bishop G4. He's stopping me from playing D4, and if I play C3, then D4 happens.
Exactly.
So, of course, this Bishop E2 is so humble that you cannot really...
I was proud of you, really. When I saw you play Bishop E2, I thought, wow, so good, breaking the pin, preparing D4.
I've learned from you, yeah. Yeah, you can't climb an advantage with Bishop E2, but I thought, I've looked at this position some time ago, and White is definitely not worse.
It's an important start.
It's an achievement.
Achievement.
Yeah. And Rook E8, I didn't really remember what I was intending to do. But
Somehow
I thought
this is part of the file, part of the prep. Not necessarily for today's game with Anish, as you said you were looking at the open Spanish.
Yeah.
But you've been here before.
I have, but I didn't remember, And of course, 95 doesn't look too bright, but I thought, all right. I'm not worse.
But it's a way of creating an imbalance.
Yes. I thought that the strategical risk for Black is slightly bigger than mine, you know? Because he has to come up with a plan here in this position.
Okay.
And actually, we were discussing a little bit with Anish, and we thought that maybe Queen D6 is like the most precise way.
Wow. Because in truth, I thought the way he played it was quite decent.
Yeah, of course. There are many ways for Black to equalize, and it's just maybe this is a little bit more precise. And now, if I play D, Bishop is misplaced on F4, and Queen is perfectly placed on E6.
Right. He's not being kicked with F4, F5 in the near future.
So yeah, maybe 95 was not the most precise, and I thought I keep a little bit, a little bit to play for, because every time Black tries to play for C5, I have this A5. And I fix the pawns, and they're not too fast, these pawns.
Okay.
So he went Rook D8, B3, Queen E6, Bishop D2.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe Bishop B2 was a bit more precise, but I kind of felt that in this case he would go for C5.
C5.
And then, D4 at some point will come, and I'll have to reroute my bishop again.
Exactly.
Not too happy about that.
I was going to say that the move c5 is something that black is always aspiring
Yes,
to, right?
yes.
Yes.
So that's what I thought. So I thought, let's play bishop d2 and queen g6. Now, of course,
Very
it's
nice.
a critical moment.
Clear.
I was thinking g4 must be the best move,
Wow.
but then I wasn't really sure about the c5 f4 queen c6, you know? Now, you know, the c4 b5 business.
Well, you've lifted your kimono on the king side.
Yes.
Yes.
And I thought this kind of, you know, I mean, this f5, of course, looks wonderful, but with this king on g1, there might be some tactical ideas. I mean, it's kind of, I mean, the e5 kind of feels a bit wobbly.
True. C4,
Yeah.
bishop e5 check, and
Yeah.
depending on where the king is going, there could be some dangers.
But probably g4 was the most principled. Honestly speaking, I blundered that he can answer with f5 because I thought he has to take.
Yes, that was our impression.
And this is tiny bit better for me. You know?
We saw nothing. Tell us why you felt it. So if you play b4, and again, it does stop me from playing c5, isn't black's king just sitting wonderfully on e6?
Yes, then I play king f3, rook b1, bishop e3, rook c2, and I try to play for this old as the world.
My minority attack?
Yes. Old as the world minority attack.
You're frightening no one?
Of course. No, I'm not claiming anything.
Okay.
But I'm at least, you know, I can show a plan. And,
Right.
You know, and I can, when my coach asks me, why did you play like an idiot? They say, well, I had a
Well,
plan.
yes, yes. It's quite clear why I played like an idiot. This was my plan.
Yeah.
We thought queen d3 was the logical. He played f5 without the queen
F5
tried.
I thought was a good move.
Okay, and you felt that that was a good move.
Yeah, because what am I supposed to do now? I mean, he wants to play queen e6 and c5.
Clear.
And g4 I thought is a bit too committal somehow. You know,
Mhm.
this I thought is the most principled. But then I thought, you know, Anish probably spent his whole time while he was
Calculating
considering
such positions.
calculating this.
Yes.
And, you know, I have a great respect for his calculation.
Calculation.
I don't want to test him.
No.
No.
By the way, were you aware that your game was a kind of an echo of the Duda game that
Yes.
was going on,
Yes.
right? Like you look over and you almost see a cousin to your
Those
play.
are the Petrovs, you know, the
Yes.
Petrov Berlins.
Right.
And they're very similar. The knight comes to f6 and
Yeah.
takes on e4.
There you
There
go.
you have it.
Right.
Yeah. So yes, so he went f5, and then I said to myself, I'll play
Okay.
solid.
Solid chess.
And I thought bishop b4 was the move for him. Honestly, I thought that this is
the way to go.
yeah. Of course, you know, it seems like these pawns might be something for me.
Dangerous
But then I kind of thought that, you know, my rooks are not connected.
to begin.
This queen c4, g5 will come at some point.
Mhm.
I really didn't think that I have anything
Something
here.
could go in black's favor to
I
keep-
thought black should be comfortably equalizing here with queen c4, or, you know, or. But of
It
course,
feels.
yeah,
you're not coordinated yet. But it's well, it takes a responsibility because after all, your majority is looking better at the moment.
and he went queen e6, and here I was kind of happy.
Because finally you're almost stabilizing and you're taking away counter chances on the queen side.
Yeah,
with
because
C5.
If he plays passively like c6, and I put my
King
pawn on
H2,
a5, bishop e3,
Yeah,
I can
eventually
always
G4.
try to exchange those bishops. You know,
Mhm.
put a little bit of pressure.
Agreed.
Once again, you know, to have an excuse to tell my coach.
Right, look, guy. I mean, I put my pawn on A5.
I have-
bishop-
yes.
I had a plan.
Understanding.
Yeah.
I thought a5 was the most principled here somehow. But of course, it's also not kind of
Not so easy to win.
not
the
so
pawn.
easy, because I thought black is fine here, but I'm not sure. Queen b5. Maybe I have some tricks. Maybe I was too optimistic for black.
Right. Or pessimistic for yourself.
Yeah, I thought c5 is strategically wrong somehow. I mean,
Really, I kind of saw it as, you know, being contrarian. You know, he doesn't want to go down without a fight.
No, but
or
after
something.
c5, I can never have any risk of screwing things up. Even if I
You're
play
so
badly, I'm slightly better. I'm slightly better after c5. This is
fair.
I
won't
thought
argue
just psychologically after c5, it's already he's under pressure. I managed to put him under pressure.
So if you go back and, for example, put the pawn on c6, and you go ahead and play c6, a5, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, the crazy part was in the Pragg versus Duda game,
Yes.
you're now down to your two breaks, g4 and c4. So Duda
I'm not going to play c4 at all.
Yeah, Duda just got on his walking shoes and started playing king f8 and king e8. The bishops had been traded, by the way.
Okay, but that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to trade the bishops
Yes.
somehow.
So I'll go king f7 just to put it on the board.
And then most likely it's going to be a draw, yeah. I agree with you.
Yeah,
There's
just
nothing scary, yeah.
get out and put...
But psychologically, it's not that easy.
Yeah, he's passive. That's
Yeah.
all. And
I mean,
he accepts
I
that
managed to
role.
beat a little bit, with the move after White plays bishop e2. White
got this.
Yes, got to put up pressure, of course. Psychologically, not that easy
It's true.
to accept it.
It's true. It's disturbing.
So I thought here he kind of started getting nervous. I don't know, probably I made some mistakes here because, honestly, I thought everything I'm doing is logical.
It is.
But then, yeah, somehow this works. But it's kind of a miracle that Black survives here. So maybe what I did was good. It's just that
I didn't see how Black survived, so please show
I
me.
saw it.
You saw it.
Yeah. So this is all forced.
Okay.
This is all forced. Of course, Rook
Okay.
h4 is a ridiculous move. It's not good. Actually, it does make sense to play like this sometimes.
Okay.
I mean, Rook can never go back. That is clear because the king enters to f4. But this is way too, way too smart for anybody.
yeah,
this
too
is-
clever by far. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
No, but the draw was like this.
What's the draw?
I will show it to you. Rook e4. That's what he played.
Yes.
Check.
Yes.
And yeah, this is of course a blunder. He had to go here.
Okay.
Takes.
Yes.
Here.
Yes.
Check.
Okay.
King f8. Check.
Okay.
King g8. Check. Here. Takes. Rook e5. Rook g5. d4. Any rook f5. Takes. d3. Rook f1. And I thought that I have chances, but there's d2. And rook d3.
Yes.
And after this,
Yes.
he manages to put up the blockade. Rook g3, rook
Right.
g1. Here, takes, king h4, and then rook g8. He's just in time.
This is a
Tempo,
well-known
tempo.
blockade. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. It's sad, but
A long-winded variation, but accurate.
yeah, I guess.
Well, thank you very much for coming by. You saw how Anish could.
Yeah, because
It's an easy. It's
g4, he takes, and here he goes back. And he doesn't take on g5, unfortunately.
He keeps going back. Yeah, blockading is better than the captures. Wow. So king f8.
Yes,
Was-
king f8 was a
was
terrible blunder. Yes.
The losing move.
Yeah, I got lucky here, of course. I have to admit. But
Wow.
it was
long
kind
did he
of
spend-
deserved because I
you
managed.
had
I
managed
played
to put
bishop
some-
e2. I managed,
to
put
get
some
pressure. How long did he spend on this move, king f8, by the way?
I actually don't know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wow. And somebody, it's always disturbing, but somebody in chat said that you have missed a checkmate. Did you?
No, well, the thing is, after rook g7, I'm basically forcing him to play rook e4. There's no
Okay.
other way.
Okay.
And maybe there is some mate here. I don't know. Yeah, e6, I guess. Takes, check, and rook h7. No, but this is not a mate. No, rook is ready to join from f6.
From f6.
No. I don't know. Did I miss a mate? Okay.
I didn't turn on an engine, so
But I
didn't
was
know.
sure I didn't miss a win.
Before.
No, I mean, after here,
Yes.
I just saw that I'm just taking on g6, and that's
Exactly.
it.
Right.
I cannot miss a mate. I cannot miss a win.
No, exactly.
So, I mean,
That was fun.
and it's it's equal. A mate is win is same as a mate.
Right.
And
It's
who
quite
said
true.
that? Was it Capablanca who said if you can take the queen for free,
Yeah.
or you see a mate, take the queen.
Yes, exactly.
So yeah.
Yeah. Very nice. Levon, it's been a great tournament. Everything has gone smoothly for you. You see the competitors. The competitors are all fighting like ravenous. Great stuff, but they're not getting the wins that you're getting. What's happening to you? You're finding the magic dust here to get the victories.
I'm just playing. I think it's all about the attitude. I just came here, in Vike, I was kind of lacking some confidence. I felt that I haven't played for long. I have to be cautious. And here I just thought to myself, well, let's play, and there's nothing to lose.
Wonderful. Levon, it's all
Thank
going
you.
very well. It's I think Gary Kasparov said it best when he said, when Levon is playing great chess, the world's a better place. This is very, very nice. Thank you for joining us, and we're going to take a short break and come back with our remaining game of Vincent. Levon, thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
Cheers. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live broadcast of WR Chess. This will be our final broadcast because you, Vincent, have won the last game of the day. And I just want to say, it's been a while waiting for me to welcome you to the studio so you could tell us what happened. What happened?
Yeah, I don't know. He played this knight bd7 move in the opening, and since he didn't play it quickly, I didn't believe it was preparation, and suddenly it felt weird because I have this queen b3 option, and obviously, I mean, okay, I take bishop on b4 and the pawn on d5, taking on c3 can't be good. So,
No.
And bishop d6, I didn't believe it was enough, but yeah, and what he got in the game, I think was also very dangerous for me. So I'm not really sure what was going on, but yeah, it takes.
But definitely, did you feel that he had prepared knight c5 or
Not
something?
really,
No,
no,
he just got.
But I think knight f6 is not really an option, yeah, because first of all, I can go queen g5 maybe.
You mean here? In the
After-
game he played knight c5,
Yeah,
but in the
Let's say he goes knight f6.
yes and
Then, okay, I wanted to go to f3 actually, but here
yes,
takes king h1.
yes.
Okay, I guess he goes back and e4, yeah, because I can play, and I don't believe this is too good for black, but probably it's also not quite bad. But what I just thought that knight f6, I also have queen f3. I mean, it looks a bit weird with the queen here, but I didn't really see what he can do.
Like something like bishop g4.
Yeah,
you're
bishop
taking
g4,
the
I just
pawn.
take the pawn, and then
You're
yeah, I
just
mean,
saying-
rook b8, queen c6.
right, and
I mean, I just need one move, knight g3 or something, and I'm totally
You're
consolidated. Yeah, it's like either he mates me or it's very bad, and I didn't see the mate, so I was knight c5 is a good move. Of course, I can play queen c4.
right,
He can't play bishop b6 because of bishop h7,
okay,
and he can't play queen h4 because of g3. So I think he would have to
Takes.
take. But yeah, now he goes queen h4, and okay, his pair of bishops, bit of initiative. I thought this might be just fine for black. Yeah, it didn't feel like okay, maybe it's a small something for me, but they didn't really believe it.
okay.
So for me, as I was still believing that like the position should be at least little bit better for me, I took on h7,
I see.
went for this line, and yeah, of course, rook e5.
Right,
Queen f3 is only move, rook c5, and yeah, the problem was that from afar I wanted to play e4, which would have been a very, very bad idea, because he can just take queen h1, rook h5. Yeah, it's weird, because suddenly I have to give the queen, and it's just not normal that here you can take on h2, because it doesn't look like the pieces are really attacking, but yeah, because the bishop is defending h3, so I can't put the queen, and then it's...
black.
I could have played h3, but I think then something like rook f5, it's like... I wanted to be coordinated here, yeah?
Yes,
So that's why I played...
knight g3.
Knight g3. I mean, of course, if I get e4, bishop f4, I'm winning, yeah? So he has to be like...
Simple.
But of course, he also was fast. Bishop d7, yeah, was a good move, I think. I'm not sure about e4, but I also don't see what else to do, because... Yeah, then queen h4, obviously, he has to stop bishop f4.
Right,
And... Okay, let's say here, you know, also I have to calculate this stuff.
queen e3. Yes,
Yeah,
this
but
is where
I
we
think
we,
this is
we
just-
went down this rabbit hole many times. Actually,
Yeah, but I think here it's just never made.
never
Like,
made.
I didn't see a mate.
Okay,
But yeah, rook b5 was very annoying for me.
really,
I think that... Okay, I have this idea of playing bishop b4.
right?
Maybe not right now, because then bishop g4, rook h5 is with tempo, but let's say he does need to make some kind of a move. And this rook is, I would say, either very strong or quite an issue, because it's attackable, and rook b5 more or less forces me to play bishop c3, and then always this rook g5 is... Because, you know, ideal case would be like I get h3 and rook e1 now, and like, okay, and I think then he would have to take on g3 at some point and defend the
A
opposite
very
colored
bad
bishop.
bishop.
Yeah, it's maybe not too bad, but yeah, still I would be better than. But yeah, he goes rook e8, and yeah, here I'm not sure, because
I was a little bit surprised by your decision. I was thinking that you were going to put your rook on f1 into the game, so that you would always have knight
Yes.
f1.
it had some
ideas.
idea I can maybe show.
Sure.
Because here h3 also it was a move, but I think he can take
Okay.
e5,
Okay.
and now bishop c5 is important. Because I think just bishop g4, queen f4 is he's
nasty
pinned.
pin. Yeah.
But no, h3, yeah, takes e5 and just bishop c5, and then, you know, the pin is too bad, I probably just lose. So, no, the point is that here, I mean, first of all, this pawn is also hanging. In the game he went to c5, but here I think he can't take because I have f4.
Right.
And this, of course, only works the rook on f1, yeah? I mean, if he takes, I take on e8, and I go queen e4,
The
and double attack, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is why I left the rook on f1. But probably it wasn't too good of an idea. I have this queen e3 move here. Probably I should have played that, but it was very hard for me to assess this position. Like, just if we takes everything, because like this bishop is incredibly strong.
Yes.
Okay, queen d4, rook e1. I think queen b2, knight f5 is... Okay, I'm not sure it's bad, but it's dangerous. I saw that he has bishop d7, knight e7, king f8. Probably it's just good for black. But here it's also very risky, even if it just goes g6, yeah, like my pieces are not very well coordinated and I have no real play. So I thought that this can basically only be better for black, and then I saw this... Yeah, but this is the issue, yeah, because it's very move per move that the knight bishop c5, and now I would need to play something like queen d4 or knight e4, but yeah, for example, knight e4 also here was a move. So let's say, I mean, rook h5, h3, I think it's good for me, but here's queen g4. I have queen g3, because bishop e4 there's rook e4. Now he will go rook g6, because knight c5 there's queen f5. And okay, I would have to take and go knight g3, but I mean, maybe it's not bad, but okay, bishop b5, yeah, probably it is.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, it
kind of a dance of the...
continues, but yeah, I mean, I can only be worse, yeah, like...
Yeah.
But probably I would survive, but still, that's not the point, yeah?
That's not the ideal.
So, yeah...
At this moment, objectively speaking, in your mind, you know, you had been a pawn up and you had hoped to be pressing, but at this moment, were you still feeling that you have played your advantage well, or did you get the feeling that something has slipped away?
I was not sure exactly what I did wrong, yeah, this was the issue. But I had the feeling I did something wrong, because before, I mean, he can just take, yeah, and I think in this position, only white can be worse, actually. Like,
this was our main line.
The pawns pushing, but yeah, this bishop is so strong, and okay, also the queen is very active. But I felt like I shouldn't be too much, just because I have like this solid setup of, I don't know, something like rook e3, queen e3, rook f2, h3, king h2, and also pawns are rolling, so it's not
you've got your
too
counter.
bad. Yeah, but I think for him it was just he got carried away by the beauty of sacrifice. Yeah. No, because it looks incredibly dangerous. But
at first, to be quite honest with you, after the move b5, we did not see rook e6. That's the whole point. We were forced to find rook e6 because there was no other choice. Once we found rook e6, we began, oh my, there's a lot of dangers for you.
But yeah, probably I can give this check just now.
What Levon was saying to us on his way out the door, we couldn't push him out the door fast enough.
And bishop b8, now I have knight e4 again. Yeah, rook h6 I can take and take. So yeah, probably here.
You have a draw if you want.
Yeah, for some reason I didn't believe that queen d8 was a draw, but I could have done a draw. Yeah. But just... You know, I was very low on time already, too low basically, yeah, because also for me playing without increment is like some kind of new thing, and I think by here I was down to, I don't know, 13, 14 minutes and having 50 moves to play, and the position is everything else than easy.
And you were feeling the stress of the time, right?
Yes, but...
Now you understood what we suffered back in my day. Yes, go on.
But I think the thing is that, like, after bishop b6, b5, rook e6, of course I took some time to understand, because I don't have to play b5. Rook e6, then I took some time to understand what is going on here, because, okay, maybe we can start with the more or less obvious stuff. Yeah, that, okay, here this is... And okay, I can't prevent mate, yeah?
Yep.
Like a queen, but doesn't help. So that's like the easy thing, and then knight e4 was coming. I was just starting to calculate, yeah, and that's okay. Rook h6, queen d8, okay, looks quite good. Rook g2, king g2, I have this h3 in the end. Then, okay, rook h5, I have h3.
Yeah.
Queen g4, I have check and take with the queen.
Yep.
So actually, like, what's his move? Yeah, I mean, okay, taking this is so sad, because then for him it's, you know, he based everything on dynamics, and basically he could have taken on before and had the normal position, and here it's clear he's just pawn down and has to defend the worst position. Maybe it's not too bad, because still, yeah, bishop on b6 is very strong, but it's a bad position.
Not what he wanted.
And I fully regret that he didn't want to play this, and also now then, like, my time doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, like, it's a solid position. I mean, as long as I don't blunder some rook e6, rook g2, I won't be in too much danger. For example, I thought either he goes rook g4, but then it's only for draw, and here I can just go h4, yeah, to force him. Yeah, just to force him to not go anywhere. Because I was calculating this, because I just thought that this is the only way. But I think, I mean, rook g2 looks incredibly dangerous. Like, that this is not losing was some kind of miracle to me. I mean, it's really like, yeah, all his pieces are great. It's just that, there's not enough pieces left.
Right.
But I don't
He
know
runs out
what
of
he missed exactly.
Firewood.
Probably he missed e6, because I don't think otherwise it might be just bad for me. But I'm also not sure. Yeah, after queen g3, what would have been the...
He thought that was also a possibility.
Yeah, probably it was
possible
much
defend.
easier than what I did.
Yeah, queen g3 was...
But then I don't really know what he missed. Probably he missed h3, but it's also...
hard to
I mean, it was
imagine
just...
that he
First I
would-
thought I can go rook g1, yeah?
Yes.
But I'm not sure. Probably it's not good, because I didn't see it check.
This is where I start to get scared. Like, really
Yeah, yeah.
scared that something could definitely go wrong.
Yeah, now that I see it, I have no idea why I didn't play queen g3.
Right.
I mean, but okay, I just saw this e6 and was also happy, and
Right.
I mean, okay, seeing this, if you're down to 12 minutes and you see if he takes on h3, if that's the best move, then I will go here, because
Your rook
yeah,
for
as
a
we
few
saw in the
pawns.
game, I mean, he can play on a bit, but I mean, okay, if I make the time control, I will win somehow, yeah? Like at least,
Precisely.
okay, if the two bishops are coming in and I lose some material, or he gets incredibly active, but only 3 pawns, and pawns that are on the 7th rank are not scaring me that much. I also think that probably then here I could have made something better, yeah, and just winning immediately somewhere, but... Okay, here I could have spent some time, but it's just like, I don't know, all this bishop c4 checks and everything is coming, and I was seeing no reason. Yeah, as soon as I saw that I have this bishop d4 in the end, I was sure that, yeah, of course, it's not like I will win in the next 5 moves, but, okay, he can't push the pawns, because then there will be too many weaknesses, and with pawns on 7th rank and something at some point, I will win something, yeah? So
Exactly.
rook always has to stay on the 5th rank, because otherwise knight g5 will come, and then...
Right.
Is the thing. So I just think that, yeah, I will have to check what I did wrong in the
Whether you
opening.
could have won
or
it even
probably it was
more.
just not good to take on d5, but that would be surprising to me, but it's still possible.
Right.
And then from his side, I think just playing bishop b6 is not a good idea.
Wonderful. I want to say that in talking with you and you're showing the game, you have your spirit, you're fighting, and each round we're seeing these great fights. I thought that you've been playing well. The result just was not coming in your favor, but I thought that you were playing some really excellent games, and this game is sure to encourage you, Vincent. It's been wonderful watching and commentating your games, and thank you for coming and sharing. It was very, very, very nice. And there you have it, everyone. We have completed our round 5 of WR Chess. Please join us again tomorrow as we will resume with round 6. And Vincent, who do you play tomorrow?
Good question.
You're going to go to your room and find out, aren't you?
Yeah. No, I know that I will have Giri and Nepo with white, so I will have Duda and So with black, so either Duda or So. Now I would have to know the numbers. Yeah,
Exactly.
I don't know.
Very, very good.
In my mind, I think it's Duda first, but I'm not sure. I will check.
Let's go prepare. Good night, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow.